Welcome, everyone. This story is true. You did it! Good job! It's been a second since we've hung out with Morgan. Yeah, sounds are back. We're not doing this one on Linux. I haven't had time to tweak that a little bit more. I ended up bumping stream a couple times on Morgan just because real life has been incredibly bumpy. But I really wanted to make time for Morgan, no matter what it took. I want to see where this is going. You want to see where this is going. And I know that you know that I know that you know that we want to see Sarah. That when the camera isn't pointed at Sarah, everybody's asking, where's Sarah? How does Sarah feel about all this? What's going on with Sarah? So, perhaps we will see Sarah. I believe last we were working here, our friend the samurai was just about to have his day in court. He's being accused of killing 5 people, 4 of which my hand tracking never wants to count right. I swear I know how to count, okay? Like, if you see me go like, wow, I know how to do 3 things and it's wrong, I'm actually holding up the correct number of fingers. I can count. Pronunciation, that I fuck up. That I fuck up real bad. But yeah, I believe that this man is on trial for killing 5 people. We killed 4 of them. And number 5 was a cop, so we don't know what happened there. We don't know what happened there. Do you know what happened there? We'll find out what happened there. When I went down into the lower wards last night, I knew what I wanted to find, but I wasn't sure where to look. By the way, she stole like a I think it's called a no mask? Inspired by Kabuki Theater. It seems to be a hacking mask, which we've heard about but haven't seen too much about. So I'm gonna go ahead and assume that person number 5 was there to purchase the mask. Now I know where to look, but I have multiple priorities to consider. It'd be nice if I can prove Sasuke's. I'm Sasuke. I was fucking this up like crazy last time. But Gloop, no theater and Kabuki Theater are very different. Oops. Good to know. We don't know who number 5 is. No, we know they're a cop. We know they're a cop. We don't know like anything else beyond that. We know that they're a cop and that the cops want to string up Sasuke and like push him down the stairs and shit because they're pissed. Be nice if I can prove Sasuke's innocence. Won't be easy given that they think he killed a cop. But it'd keep me on. Oh, right, this word. Ikaria. I can never get this one. What is it about this word that I can never get? But it'd keep me on Ikaria's good side. That'd be nice. What is essential is that I figure out what the hell happened after I left, and whether anyone found any trace that I was ever there. No theater was the slow, methodical, very Spartan style of theater the nobility watched to demonstrate how cultured they were, and Kabuki was the raunchy and boisterous theater for the masses. Oh, so drawing parallels to modern times, and I bet that this has happened many times through history, so if you're a history buff, you know, at the bare minimum, it helps my Twitch engagement if you tell me about it, like the chat going. But for real though, is there like a thing that happens where like the everyday people are like having fun and they're like, oh, we're doing the zany, oh, we're doing this, oh, we're doing crazy. And then like the nobility are like, we sit in a blank cube. We need nothing. Look at how excellent we are for needing nothing. It's cringe to need things or like things or do things. So we sit in a box. Because I think we're at a trend. We're at a trend with that right now. You go over a broke bitch's house. They got stuff. You go over to a broke bitch's house, they got stuff. You go over a fancy house, go over to a fancy house, you see nothing. Ruby says because they can afford big cupboards to put everything away in, which is accurate. Yeah, and the rest of us have IKEA furniture. There's some nerd words for that. Do you know them? Do you know the nerd words, you nerd? Anyway, let's actually do the story. Everything else is second. Sorry, guess I should ask before I decided we'd be sharing a cab. I don't mind. But I am surprised. Did budget cuts take away your shiny patrol car? There were countries and moments where Buddhism was mostly a religion of the elites, so kind of, that makes sense. Patrol cars are shared, counselor. Any cop can step in any other cop's car, sync their credentials, and drive. Convenient. Shame you can't personalize. Yeah, no more dice in the mirror. Is that why we're in a cab then? Personal taste? Police cars are full of bugs. Thought you might appreciate the privacy. Auto cabs are full of bugs too. True, but there are ways around them. Are there? I didn't know that. Yeah, plenty. Can be as easy as flashing a police badge. Something you wanted to discuss in private, detective? I was asked to get in contact with you and pass along a message. Uh-oh. Secret admirer? Don't know what the Stoics were preaching, but for that, maybe also. Also, whatever the hell is going on with John Calvin. Well, if there's anybody in history that we should shoot with a bazooka, it should be John Calvin. Certain interested parties and all that, you know how it is. I'm not sure I do. Does this have something to do with my client's business affiliations? There would be a lot more blustering if I were to repeat it verbatim, so I'll paraphrase. Focus on getting the best outcome for your client. More of a reminder of what my job description is than a warning. And don't broaden the scope of your investigation any more than strictly necessary. Well, I always appreciate kind words of advice, but Detective London, that almost makes it sound like you're on the take. That's a city tagger. If you don't take a little, they'll bury you. It'd be something like displaying status through the rejection of the commodification of consumerism. Yeah, like consumerism, the average Joes have to consume. I'm too cool to consume. My lack of consumption, perceived lack of consumption. Lord knows rich people can spend money stupider than the rest of us. Alive, if need be. Oh, they will. How conspiratorial. It's not a joke, Morgan. Do they threaten your wife with Tommy guns if you don't comply? It's gotten more sophisticated than that. Well, maybe sophisticated isn't the right word. Complicated might be more accurate. You could just call it a quagmire. Or even a shitstorm. If you can't get along to go along, even other cops won't trust you. You'll end up shot in the back, friendly fire. Tragic newspaper clipping. You're exaggerating. You're telling me the entire police force is corrupt. Corruption would be one thing. You could, in theory, root it out. But above and below the canopy, it's all intertwined. Every tree stabilizing every other tree. Or they call that not parasitism. Commensalism. There you go. State pays criminal informants to rat on their peers and lets them keep their positions in exchange. Work is by judges and politicians to keep their men out of prison. Status quo. Balancing act, you know, a cycle. Stable as any gyroscope. Forgive me if I find that hard to believe. Crime is at an all-time low. That's not a contradiction. People hate crime. But what gets people killed is chaos. And the opposite of organized crime is... so everyone's playing nice with each other. Even Detective Reyes? Jeez. What about the man they think their client killed? Did he play nice? Everyone's being normal so far. We've only just gotten started. He was a special case. Oh, good. We're finally going to find out about this guy. You got the brief? You recognize his last name? Did I get the brief? I really don't know that I got the brief. Yeah, no, listen, I know I'm bad about opening these profiles and get scolded for it. I don't think I got the brief. Wee, woohoo, wee, wee, wee. It's a big city. I don't put too much stock in the last names. You'll need to break out of that habit if you continue to work in the underworld. Sasuke said something similar. There we go. Tariq Chopin. Only son of Miguel and Dominique Chopin. The power couple? Why would the son of two of our city's most prominent council members be working as a police officer? Chopin, thank you. I am out here fucking up names. Hello, Chopin. Let's see. Likes 24-hour news, calligraphy, late dinners, dislikes gray hair, untucked shirts, and mint. Has a Bachelor of Science in Applied Philosophy. Underwater basket weaving ass. Awarded Senatorial Commendation of Bravery posthumous. Survived by his fathers Miguel and Dominique, city councilman. Boy, he is the son of a son of a son of an aggressive Ford F-150 driver. Like, look at this face. Look at this face and imagine him saying some shit like, fucking parole officers fucking blowing smoke up my fucking ass again. Just, like mumbling. Because he's too chicken shit to say it. You want the full story? Always. Who was this Chopin, really? An idealist. Wrong line of work, then. You're only half right. When he entered the academy, everyone assumed it was a political move. First step in his career to becoming a senator or whatever. Maybe it was, but anyone who met the guy could tell you it would have made a lousy politician. You saying he was honest? Wouldn't tell a lie if his life depended on it. Guy couldn't do small talk, much less make friends. Talking about cleaning up the city, cleaning up the police, cleaning up everything. He was so unpopular. Why was he kept on? No one on the force wanted to risk insulting his parents by firing him. Just got passed around from department to department, detail to detail. And he did a lot of community outreach. Community outreach? What, like a bake sale? Like giving talks in schools about saying no to drugs until you turn 21. Oof. Must have really loved his job to put up with that. Or he just wanted to prove a point that bad. Don't you try to save lower ward patrols for the more seasoned, better armed officers? Yeah, we do. Yeah, how'd you know that? By going to the lower wards and looking at the cops you send there, of course. I read about it in Watch magazine last month. If Chopin was the son of such powerful men, why'd he end up in the lower wards last night? That... I don't know. You don't know? By all accounts, he and his partner should have been at least 2 patrols removed from that area. Must have been following up on some other lead. His partner, who's that? The hero who finally arrested the Hound of Ikaria. Did I say it right? Ikaria. Ikaria. Got it. I can never get that word. It's insane. Well, I'll have to send you a congratulatory fruit basket. Huey Rogers. Pretty bare bones record, but maybe, you know, that'll just add to his legend. What legend? Taking your client alive. Whacked him on the head with his sidearm, knocked him out cold. Guess it is a small miracle that Sasuke wasn't just shot dead if they thought he killed a cop. Maybe, but it wasn't pure luck. Only thing that did stick out to me in Roger's record was his shooting score. 41. Out of 100. You need 40 to pass. I think someone took pity on him when tallying up his score. So we only whacked Sasuke on the head because he was too bad of a shot to avenge his partner? At least Roger knows his weakness. I keep hearing that name. The Hound of Ikaria. I kind of cringe every time. No one actually calls him that, right? Sorry, but I've definitely heard that name circulating around organized crime before. Must be one hell of a bodyguard to have earned a nickname for it. He's a bodyguard? Then yeah, must be pretty good. Of course, you know, hound dogs are known for other things besides guarding. Sorry, that was, rude. Oh, don't be sorry. I didn't even get enough of the joke to be offended. Oh, thank God! Thank God. I was like, wait, what the hell was the joke? What the hell was the joke? Big fan of in-universe, I don't get it. Very funny thing to do. Okay, that all makes for some interesting food for thought. But Detective London, if you are working for the Blue Bloods, I never said I work for the Blue Bloods. It's more of a gig worker type thing, Tiger. I'm friends with everybody. Well, if you are working for the mob in general, then how do I even know you're even taking me to the right place and not to... Whoa, whoa! I may pass a message along here and there, but I'm not... Damn! Hell, no one else is either. Whatever you're imagining, it's not that exciting, I promise. Not that exciting. Sounds about right. Like this in every city? Handshakes and gentlemen's agreements behind closed doors? You disillusioned? The state has a great deal of power, Detective London. It makes countless rules. Now, I'm a big girl. I know that those rules don't apply to people equally. And I understand the value of criminal informants and the possible conflicts of interest that arise in trying to keep them around. What I don't get is why the state has all this strength and it won't use it to just wipe the underworld off the map. I wonder if Morgan's about to find out that the state is more talk than walk. That's pretty cold logic. I'd expect my state to be far colder. Hey, you ever heard this one? Politician, a CEO, and a mob boss are sitting at a round table with a gun in the middle. Who you betting on? Who we betting on? Who are we betting on? Hi, Fire Mountain. Welcome to Here for Real. I would bet on... I'm betting on a Joker. I'm betting on a Joker. I don't know why I'm doing this. This isn't what the Joker does. Imagine if he did that. Imagine, like, everything in, like, The Dark Knight and shit, but the whole time he's just, I'm a Joker. I'm gonna joke. I think this is just Jared Leto. I think this is just Jared Leto. I'm sorry that I made you think about Jared Leto. Now I'm gonna make you imagine a family of geese, but they're on a field trip to the zoo. Isn't that much nicer? Not an original observation, but I always love when there's regular ass birds that are flown in with like the flamingos and shit at the zoo. Like normal ducks. I would... I'll go mob boss. I've never met a mob boss. I like how this is the equivalent of that fucking Fairly Odd Parents gif where she gets like hurt, where she's like, ow, on the escalator. Like, that's what this feels like. Exactly. But I figure I'd go with the person at the table who at least recognizes a gun for what it is. Bargaining chip? A debate winner. Don't quote laws in Men with Swords, is that it? Yeah, who said that? Some Greek philosopher advising his students? A Roman general addressing the conquered. It's a trick question, anyway. Rock, paper, scissors has no trump card. Politician can bring the heavy arm of the law down onto the mob boss if he doesn't shoot the CEO for him. Mob boss can have the CEO's family killed if he doesn't blow away the politician first. And the CEO can turbocharge the campaign of whomever the politician's opponent is if he refuses to mist the mob boss. Oh, so you didn't get to see that animation? I'm glad that I got to make that play. That's fun. Yeah. Seems like you could make the argument to go in the other direction, too. You could. So the point the riddle's meant to teach is this. Whoever convinces someone else to pull the trigger comes out on top. Funny. So in the parable you've set up, the gun on the table, that's the police? Blameless tool with no will of its own? Yeah. Though it was older men than I who set it up. Didn't realize this country's police were so powerless. However do you manage? Well, we used to have a partner that helped us out, a tiebreaker. Because all three of those powerful men would be screwed if a journalist told the world they were meeting together. Here we go. Well, I've got good news for you, Detective. Journalists still exist. I could introduce you to one. You could even take a photograph. Oh, I know they're not extinct. People will always write. Just that no one wants to pay them to. Sorry, I didn't mean to talk so much. Maybe it's nerves coming back down here. What happened the last time he visited? Something up? Didn't put you to sleep, did I? No, actually, your 3C table reminded me of an even older thought experiment. If God is omnipotent, why does he allow the existence of the devil? Every other streamer I've watched pick CEO. I feel like in the current moment, yeah, That's the name of the game! That's the name of the game! Thing is, in the current state of America, I'd expect the mob to keep their promises the most out of the three. Like for realsies. Even I know that one. To preserve free will or whatever, right? Yeah, that's the answer most people give. But now I'm wondering if it isn't a rock, paper, scissors deadlock like the one you just described. God lets the devil be so he'll terrify man, and man will always need God's warm protection. And God needs man's faith can't be compelled. Of course, most people also just say that God's long dead in the 21st century, but we're still around. So that leaves the devil in an awfully strong position, doesn't it? You always picture 3 men in that room, don't you? Huh? Yeah, I guess I do. Sorry. Do 55 feminist rosaries for your penance. What does a feminist rosary look like? What are you imagining in your head when you imagine like a feminist rosary? I'm imagining like a rosary, but it's like rave candy where they have like the beads that like spell things. And it says like coochie and things like that. And like Ruth Bader Ginsburg. That's what I'm imagining. What the hell is going on in this game? I love this game. It's wild. You gotta keep this comment in the holster just in case. Am I gonna see a feminist rosary? Yay, Winterlow Woods! I'm imagining 4 of those beads have the names of the Golden Girls. Yes! Yes! Tengu is correct. If you want to know what a feminist rosary is, you need to stop and listen to women. No, I mean, it's handy to tell people to do feminist rosaries. I think it kind of is, honestly. Is there an anti-AI rosary? I mentioned it a little bit on Discord and Blue Sky, but... And I can't totally dox everybody at work, so I can't tell like the whole version of the story. But we had a big department-wide meeting with everybody there, and we had an outside consultant who was here to talk about AI, and everybody was in the tank, and only one person... No, there were 2 Debbie Downers. There were 2 Debbie Downers who had never used AI. One was 83 and was interested in learning more. It was a long 4 hours. A very long 4 hours. Yeah, I was 83. I felt like I was 83. I felt like I aged to be 83. Detective London, huh? We're definitely not alone down here. But when you reassured your partner that we'd have company... I didn't think you were including Blue Bloods. Yeah, it was... Okay, 3.5 hours because there was a luncheon. But... yeah. You know, I knew I'd forgotten to mention. What? Well, then she's a liar, babe. Wait, whoa. Oh my God, you have a fidget tubby on your phone. There's a woman here. Because I never said that. No, I never said that. Oh, come on, babe. No, that's what she's like. She lies for fun. That's because that's what I call you, babe. It's a pet name. You like it. No, don't hang up. Don't hang up, baby. Baby, don't hang up. Of course I do. We gotta get to work, hon. I'll have to call you back, babe. Something just came up. London. Oh my God, this is, you know what? I don't even need to be here. I don't even need to be here. Just look at her. If you went in the kitchen, come back. If you alt tabbed over to Mina the follower or whatever, I get it, but pause it and come back for a second. Oh my god. Awesome. London, what is this? London, who is this? Counselor Morgan. Oh, another name I'm gonna fuck up. This is Adelaide Hahn. She's, well, she's a blue blood. Hey, I'm a perfectly legitimate career woman. You're speaking to a Cyanus security site manager. If you need anything, miss, please don't hesitate to reach out. Adelaide, okay, cool. Huh, a real business card. Wait, where is... Oh, is she not in here? Oh, she's not in here. That's funny. I'm so fascinated with how you read. Oh my god, she drew a fucking heart. Oh my god, she drew a fucking heart. Frame 1, dirtbag lesbian behavior. Holy shit, girl. Adelaide. Okay, I'll go with that. Adelaide Hahn's business card listing her as a site manager at Cyanus Security, a known front for the blue blood criminal organization Criminal. Includes her personal contact number on top of her work details for some reason. Oh, business card. Even has a watermark. Oh, come on! Fuck off! Fuck off! Fuck off. You know what? You know what? We were watching somebody stream? The Lego Batman movie has this joke. The Lego Batman movie has this fucking joke. I'm not familiar with Cyanus. Well, we're a private security investigating firm. We provide bouncers, armed escorts, we catch cheating partners, find runaway debtors, run paternity tests, that kind of stuff. Sorry, but have we met somewhere? Did I get her profile? No, I probably just got the terms. Because she's in here, yeah. Cyanus Security is a trusted partner in your business ventures, offering a suite of private security services, including but not limited to bodyguards, convoys, bouncers, private investigators, paternity tests, family history research, and shipping insurance. Your browser may prompt you with a security pop-up on interacting with some of the features on our site. You can safely disregard these messages that are related to a legal matter that's already been settled out of court. We apologize for the disruption of your experience. Ready to get started? Awesome. Holy shit, this whole house smells like fried fish. One of the neighbors is grilling up something delicious. I bet American Psycho's very good. I've seen bits. So I've never seen all of American Psycho, but I've seen bits and pieces of American Psycho, and I think it's very fun. But I'm a little worried. I think she's asleep. I don't know where Bean is right now. I'm a little worried that like now my like third eye has been open to the idea of like, yeah, this American Psycho stuff is pretty great. But what if it was a disaster lesbian? No, it can't be. I'd never forget a beauty like you. The lip bite? I'm trying to do it. Can my model do it? My face doesn't want to bend that way. Girl, oh my god, she's a mess. She's a mess. She's the Hound's lawyer, hon. Seriously? She works for those copperhead scumbags? So, we're mortal enemies? That sucks. Another life then, huh? I'll still play nice if you will. Oh my god. She's awesome. Site manager likes new furniture, silks, clothes. Dimples dislikes clingy types, jealous types, and needles. Plays pickup games, avoids laundry day, least favorite chore. Throwing out dead flowers. Awesome. You are a wreck. Right. So you're private security and you're currently securing this crime scene? Yeah? What's with the tone? What you're hearing is genuine bewilderment. London, why are the police letting blue bloods contaminate the crime scene where a cop died? Come on, we don't have cooties. If this wasn't the location where our cop died, we'd have already turned full control over to them. What? The police contract the security around crime scenes to private companies all the time. Around here, the private company best suited for the job happened to be Cyanus. Letting them conduct their own side investigations is a small concession to keep the peace. Hi, Zeno. How are you? Small concession? They're probably in there destroying evidence as we speak. Well, we have the arcs to preserve the crime scene. They could burn the building down and we'd still have a pristine copy. London Bridges is trying to save face. The police couldn't keep this crime scene off limits without our help, and he knows it. Gremlins would be smashing their shiny cameras and popping their expensive tires around the clock if we weren't here. Lower Ward's kids take out drones by tossing shoes at them for fun. Is that why you see shoes hanging off wires? No. I don't know why that happens. It's just a thing teens have always done for fun. Mystery solved. Fine, maybe the cops and the blue bloods are all consummate professionals who never even bicker. But what kind of impartiality can I expect coming here to defend an Icaria? Well, you might get some ugly looks from those with less chivalry, but no one's gonna get in your way. We know how defense attorneys operate. We know damn well how you usually win. No one's gonna do anything that'll let you worm the hound out of his life sentence on a technicality. You sure you wouldn't prefer that? Have him back out on the street so you can take another shot at him? Oh, so flattery. That's how you flirt? What does that mean? Morgan has no idea what sex is. You'd think we'd ever manage to gun down the Hound of Ikari on the street? Shank him in a holding cell? Blue Bloods took him alive just fine the other day, didn't they? Yeah, and look what happened to them afterwards. No, I think she knows, she just hasn't had sex. Yeah, I don't think she's had sex. So, you won't tamper with the crime scene just because you want to make sure the state lobotomizes Sasuke for pentuple homicide. Funny how at the start of this game, the first thing was told is the state never loses. Seems that was a thing for those without buckets of cash. Yeah. I mean, we also literally get paid good money to do these kinds of jobs. So we have a reputation to maintain. You know, rate us 5 stars when you're done looking around, Kay. I'll be sure to leave a glowing review. So this is the main entrance. Front door looks about as heavy as I remember, but it's unlocked. Yeah, the stage showed them very losing. The prologue showed them very losing, I mean. They weren't happy about it. What's that? Or sorry, that was not like a what's that? That was a what's that? How was this door found? Show up on Rogers with the first officers on the scene responding to gunfire. Oof. Someone heard that? Good thing I cleaned up fast. Check the area. Yeah, that didn't ever go to trial. That's true. But... check the area, then enter through the front door. The door was definitely locked when I arrived, but I didn't lock it behind me when I left. I didn't have any keys. Yeah, it is interesting that big shot lawyers still win on technicalities. I wonder if some of those wins are like allowed, you know? Admiring our handiwork? This is a Cyanus installation. Oh, who else would Blue Bloods trust to secure Blue Blood buildings? How does it lock? You never used a key before? I want to know how the lock functions. Does it lock behind you automatically? That's a good question. You looking to buy? Because I could set you up. It is a good question, Han. Why don't you answer it? Yeah, this model locks behind you by default. You need a key to get in if someone doesn't unlock it for you from the inside. A physical key. Physical keys can't be hacked. Or overridden by a police badge. Some people consider those useful features. Is that where the door's ajar? It looks like the lock's been destroyed. Was it found like this? Yeah, for as long as the Arx has been up. Front door entrance to the crime scene utilizes a physical lock and key mechanism. Designed to automatically lock designed to automatically lock behind you when leaving the. It has been a long week. It's been a long week. The lock is currently damaged and non-functional. Trey definitely had to unlock it to let me inside. I didn't think to see if it had locked behind me after I left. Good to know. Good little note in there. Definitely wasn't locked when me and Reyes arrived, which was 10:20 p.m. Hang on, you and Reyes, what, were you the second officers on scene? That's right, we weren't far when the 1099 went out. 10999 is an emergency response code utilized in the municipal systems around the nation, most frequently to signify that one or more first responders' lives are in danger. Most police departments' standard issue suite for biomonitors allow for this code to be sent out across emergency networks automatically when cardiac activity is disrupted or blood pressure changes rapidly. Due to non-negligible chance that moderate exercise could be misinterpreted by biomonitors leading to false alarms, some departments make it a priority to avoid enabling the automatic alert function. Well, that's interesting to know. Long way from precinct 254, isn't it? We were in the area. Awkward. You want the tour, then? Actually, I'd like to check out the alley first. You know, the crime scene's on the 3rd floor, right? Yeah, but it has a window that opens to the alley, doesn't it? I just prefer from the bottom and work my way up sometimes. Sure, we can start there. Just be careful where you step if you like those boots at all. Yay, a new computer to read! I can get points! Hello, garbage can from the Unity Asset Store. One problem with Blue Bloods and cops running security. I don't know who to blame for leaving their shit here. I'll give the moral high ground to whichever part of society learns to pick up after themselves first. Ooh, okay, here we go. Bombing ruled out in university fire. Panic abounded last week on campus when the computer labs at North Technica University were set ablaze in the early hours of the morning. Students and faculty skirted the campus in anxious, hunched postures as federal agents descended on the lab's vicinity, searching for signs that could point to a culprit. But as of today, The fire has been officially ruled an accident and successfully traced back to a cooling system failure in the basement's main server hub, a freak accident that has provided both simultaneous relief and confusion to the community. When the fire was first reported on, many were quick to point out that its similarities to other fires and bombings recently reported as sweeping eastward across the nation. Dubbed by some members of the press as work of the Witch of the West, each incident appears to have targeted data infrastructure, hitting state, corporate, and academic nerve centers and leaving behind significant financial grief in the aftermath. Hundreds of thousands of files related to student debt, all of it non-recoverable, said one anonymous campus security specialist after the university's student registry records went up in literal smoke. We're reaching out to alumni as quickly as we can to try and pierce their records back together, but frankly, a lot of them have been less than eager to speak with us, and we may have no choice but to re-examine payment plans for our current students' tuition. Sounds like she's based. Federal investigative officials have no formal comments at this time, but some local law enforcement officers have been described seeing federal agents frustrated with the so-called witch. Criticism of the response has begun to surface from the political realm, with Senator Colt now formally calling for the Director of Investigations to testify as to the progress or lack thereof in the search for this serial arsonist. And other notable, hey, you don't have an ID in our database. I feel like I've heard stories about bombing out west in the past few months. But I didn't know that all been attributed to one person, or that they're now calling them the Witch of the West. There's no mention of victims, only data centers being targeted. Clearly this witch is hitting someone where it hurts if they've now got the feds involved. What really stands out here is that the federal investigators are getting involved. Most national security agencies were absorbed into the military police complex decades ago. The Bureau survived, but it's a mere fraction of the size it used to be and very different in its function. The modern reputation is that of attack dogs, deployed by the Senate to make examples of political targets. Can't say I like the idea of them being out there hunting for serial offenders. Yeah, I bet you couldn't, Momo. Anyway, back to this crime. It was much darker last night than it is now, and I only took a quick peek. Even so, this... It moved. Yeah, it looks like it's been moved, huh? Yeah, they are still Cash Patel'd. Actually, no, it sounds like they're actually competent now. So worse. Yeah, yes. Was trash picked up past night, perhaps? Checking the model number on the side. Looks like dumpsters of this make haven't been picked up by the city in a decade. I didn't realize there's DRM on trash cans. Hey, it's a heavy model, tough to lift, even if its wheels weren't broken. And designed for containing industrial waste? How it ended up here in a residential district isn't that hard to puzzle out, is it? It was cheaper for the Megs to dump their shit on us than it was to haul it to a landfill. Is that why I can see markings on the ground there from leaks? Well, you really are a tourist, aren't you? I've been in the lower wards before. Only at night, right? Rain's dirty down here. Stains the ground where it falls. Acid rain, like from the history books? Not quite that bad. Just smog combined with precipitation combined with the charms of the city to make dirty rain, like I said. Lower Ward's spring water. The shot named after it. Tequila and pickle juice. Hey, I have an idea for another gummy. Maybe when I come back from my big trip, we could do a cooking stream, because I wouldn't have been on for a while. And I've had a chance to recuperate. So, is the dumpster empty? Let's see. Hey, grab a glove if you're gonna... Yeah, it's mostly empty except for a bunch of scrap metal at the bottom. Explains why I can't get it to budge. Careful, if you get your toe trapped under there, don't look at me just because I'm modded. Are you saying you couldn't budge it either? I could if a girl was cheering me on. You dirtbag! She's such a fucking disaster lesbian. She's awesome. Okay, London, thanks. Don't know what I was expecting to find, really. Now just watch it so you don't... Let the lid slam. Anyway, we now have the dumpster as evidence. Industrial dumpster found in the alley just next to the crime scene. Incredibly heavy, yet still shows signs of being moved recently. The lid makes a very unpleasant sound, as uncovered by detectives London's thorough investigating. I think that was the gunshot. Did you hear the noise? Did you hear the noise? That was loud, wasn't it? We were covering up our gunshots. In theory. Sorry. This fire escape would lead right up to the crime scene. Assuming it doesn't come crashing down once you step onto it. It's missing the ladder that would connect it to street level. You're violating fire code with this tetanus trap, Han. Building inspection's not my department. Besides, who'd want to climb up into a burning building? Firefighters! You're funny, Bridges. Even a copper firefighter wouldn't risk getting shinged to save a Laura Ward's property from burning down. Copper. Oh, that's alright, this is for ads. Derogatory word for automated dependents, particularly ones licensed or operating under the authority of the state. Interested parties in the automated dependent industries have on more than one occasion lobbied for copper and other terms like it, clinker, chrome dome, microchip breath, seek, to be classified as hate speech, arguing that anti-mechanical sentiment constitutes an expression of prejudice. Were it considered a form of hate speech, instance of destruction of corporate property, where such terms were used in prior communications with qualified additional severity, and higher fines paid toward the damaged party. Under all but the most radical interpretations of hate speech law, however, prejudice can only be applied towards sentient living things, people, animals, or corporations. I know. Hell. An ad could probably make the jump up here. The game is all you. I'm gonna give all of you noogies. Like, all of you line up so that way I can just go and give you. I was actually, you know what? I was gonna do that to bully you guys for being like, oh my god, it's so cyberpunk dystopia. But I think that would just be fun anyway. I can't remember the last time that I've given someone a noogie. I haven't done it to, like, Ruby. I wouldn't do it to Ruby. That feels mean. I could do it to my brother-in-law. I haven't seen him in a hot second, though. Actually, no, I can't. He's a pilot, and I want to sneak on the plane. Ads are heavy. If an android leapt onto that, the whole mess would probably come down on top of them. From time to time, Gloop gets the urge to bully small children and internet randos. I have said so many times that I love psychologically torturing children. And when I was a teacher, it was so fun because I could just say insane things and force them to deal with them. Yeah, modders are heavy too. Hey! Looks like the only way into the building is through the front door then. Huh. Alright, I'm done back here. So I think I've seen everything That's right. I was standing here last night when... it was dark and foggy. Kid was too far off to make out my face. Listen, when I say, like, psychologically torturing children, you just have to just create information or deny information. Like, kids would be like, my dog had to go to the vet. And I'll be like, dogs aren't real, dude. Like, no, dogs are real. And I'm like, I've never seen, what are you even talking about? What's a dog? Describe a dog to me, and they're like, well, it has foot, so a table? So a table. You took your table to the veterinarian. I think that's a silly thing to do. No, I took my dog and it's real. I think you took your table. I think you hang out with table doctors. Just doing that all the time. Aren't they? What is it, Tiger? Nothing. Just thought I saw someone out of the corner of my eye, that's all. Yeah? Around here, maybe it was unlisted. What do you... those are real? Keep to themselves, obviously, but yeah, they're real. I've met some. They inform, sometimes on what they've seen, never come in to testify, of course. You'd think they'd stand out dressing like that, but their camouflage didn't work. They wouldn't be unlisted, right? What do you mean they keep to themselves? Don't they work with any of the gangs down here? Sorry, have I gotten your hopes up or something? Trust me, you've got better of a chance of winning the lottery than running into one. Right, forget I asked. Yeah, I want to know that word. Unlisted, noun, term for individuals who are not actively registered in any state database. Unlisted is an informal designation given to individuals, often missing persons or unhoused, who are not being tracked in any government database. For much of the 21st century, individuals of this description were most often undocumented immigrants. Following shifts in immigration patterns and the implementation of the Military Service Citizen Program, aka the Minutemen Bill, documented immigration has sharply declined. While many non-citizens do live and work within the country, they are tracked through the immigration monitoring and services or as part of their military service agreement until they either leave the country or are fully naturalized at the end of their service. Today, unlisted mostly refers to small groups of seasonal workers who travel the country in migrant caravans to find work, undercutting corporate contracts and various agricultural or fungal installations. We're eating mushrooms, yay! Some anthropological studies have described groups of unlisted living in urban, generally poor areas as what are effectively homeless communities. Unlike most homeless people, the overwhelming majority of whom are unhoused for less than 2 weeks, these unlisted actively refuse state housing assistance or assistance of any kind. Concerns about malnourishment, illiteracy, extreme poverty, and rampant mental illness within enlisted populations has, at times, spurred outreach programs that attempt to contact them, but by their very nature as unlisted, actual data on their quality of life or cultural practices is virtually non-existent, making most politicians hesitant to commit resources toward these causes. Off the grid, we're well in the middle of the grid. You ready to go inside? Think so, long as... No, I'm not with anyone. No, it's just me up here. Because she's shrill, princess. And delusional, you know that. I'm sure she'll catch up. So, you were saying this used to be an apartment building. Somewhere between that and a long-stay motel, yeah? Blue Bloods didn't deviate far from that model when they took over. They call rooms like these vaults, places to stash away a lover, witness, debtor when there's too much heat. You gone through all these vaults, I take it? Cyanus helped us with that last night, yeah. Bringing around master keys, clearing out every possible hiding spot. Didn't find a red Didn't find a red-handed didn't find a red-handed killer hiding anywhere, did you? Sorry, no. So, is this the Blue Bloods' forte then? Securing people, places, and things? You could think of it that way. Guess I always assumed gangs made their money through drugs. Well, the Blue Bloods do deal here and there, but narcotics has been a rich man's game ever since the CDCA rolled in. Contraband Decriminalization Act. Oh yeah, they talked about this one. I think this one came, this one came up in, the previous game. I feel like we've seen this description before. Yeah, the funds to ride the gray wave, like the way House Icaria does. You can make a killing. They've got the market cornered from black to gray to white to pure green profit. The Blue Bloods hate that they have to make do with all the scraps that the Megs in the house don't bother producing in mass. Yeah, that's, oh yeah, it was about what drug killed David, that's right. Professional jealousy, how ugly. Why can't these underworld overlords just bury the hatchet, get together, and screw over the consumer like reasonable people do? They've tried, if you believe the rumors. About a year ago now, there was some kind of meeting. Olive branch from the golds to the blues. Apparently, the Blue Bloods had a product that the Icaria wanted to distribute. The Icaria sell legal drugs now, though. And what kind of product could the Blue Bloods have that the Icaria couldn't manufacture? Not sure. Maybe that's why it went south so fast. Blood was spilled in less than an hour. The Icaria aren't the type to keep negotiating after being spat on like that. And so the Blue Bloods remain firmly planted in their lower ward's niche. They might not like having to take the low end, but they are filling a gap in the market. And that's every proper capitalist calling, right? Besides, the workers certainly appreciate the protection down here. Workers hire Blue Bloods for protection, but that's... all that stuff is legal so long as they're licensed, isn't it? Legal? Yes. Respectable? Most would still say no. So, household name security megs consider it too high risk to be seen in the company of workers. We have a new word! Worker is the shortened form of the term sex worker, generally used to refer to individuals who are legally licensed as such, as opposed to those who are engaging in sex work outside of legal guidelines. Sex workers operating in high-end establishments, generally in specifically zoned municipal districts with high median property prices, cloud districts, and catering to only specific clientele being more commonly referred to as courtesans. Wait, is there like a log? I want to see backlog. I think I might have missed. Besides the workers. Okay, now I'm following this conversation. Workers hire Blue Bloods for protection? That's so informed. Oh, you're right. She put information only in the fucking search bar. She didn't want to fucking see anything actually sex related. Morgan, Jesus. God forbid you find out about Coochie. Woo! I'm so glad you pointed that out. That's wild. She's having a hard time. Doesn't help their average board member is easily pushing 60 years old. You aren't that far from pushing 60 yourself, are you? Matter of opinion. Besides, I'm a very modern, forward-thinking man. You finished those 50 50 rosaries already? Great. And the Icaria, they don't, compete in that market. She doesn't want to say it. She doesn't want to say that, she doesn't want to say, like, oh, to the Icaria, like... No, I don't think London is that old. I would put London in his 40s, maybe 50s, but like, no. People at the Icaria's heights might patronize a courtesan or two in the cloud districts, but they'd never lower themselves to work alongside one. Yeah, that's where I'd put him too. Hypocrites. Oh, that much I understand perfectly. The hypocrisy is the appeal for them. The rules don't apply to me. I can ask for a more pure expression of power. Morgan. Pro-hooker, even though she doesn't want to acknowledge them. Also, some guys are just bored. We've had this conversation every single time that Northern Lion has come up. Some people have been old their whole lives. Some people are uncles by birth, by 6th grade. Like, I've got a year on Northern Lion, and I think I'm older than him, but I'm younger than him. Damn! Worse than I remember. Like a demon tore through the place. It's not, he's nuts in his 40s, right? Like, he's... And it's all his conduct. Seriously. What the hell happened here? Oh, that's what we all get paid to find out, right? Yeah. Well, I've definitely got a head start on the rest of you, though. Shall we bring up the arcs? Sure, I'll patch you in. Allow me. If you're needed on the phone, Miss Han, please don't let me keep you here. Nonsense. I got all the time in the world for you. Oh, everyone's treating me like royalty today. I don't think they've done this interface since the prologue. Took the words right out of my mouth. Where shall we start? So, you know what? I didn't realize, I think, the first time that this came around. I didn't realize, oh yeah, Sarah's not with us for, yeah, so it had happened in Sarah, it happened in part 1, it wasn't that different from the normal scene, it was Sarah helping us with it, and it was in the prologue, but what I didn't realize up until now is that's why the phone's transparent. The phone is transparent, I mean, because it looks cool, but also so you can do augmented reality stuff like what we're doing here is because we're holding the phone up in front of the environment and looking through it. That makes sense as like a plausible technological evolution. Yeah. Yeah, like that, like out of like there's a lot of stuff that is in this game that I'm like, okay, like, you know, I'll like kind of hand wave it as like sci-fi that exists to make a point. That is something that I could see actually get invented, because I think we can do transparent OLED already. And we can do AR already, so it's just an evolution of that idea. I still don't know what the hell you use AR for other than as a toy. Where should we start? Oof, how about with tall, dark, and mysterious in the middle here? Well, that's your client. He was found standing over Chopin's body by the arresting officer. Rogers, right? And then he knocks Sasuke out. Sasuke. Correct. So, why is it this, artistic rendition of Sasuke and not a capture from Roger's body cam? Well, it seems like at the time, their body cam was off? Seriously? Hey, I'd chew him out myself if he was here with us. It's department policy to have all centers green when responding to an emergency. Did all this not qualify as an emergency then? Chopin and Rogers were responding to shots fired. That's not uncommon in this part of town. Are you guys short on hard drive space? It's the future. I know you're not fucking fumbling for an SDXC card for your new Nintendo Switch 2. For two inexperienced officers first on the scene, might not have come to mind. At least Chopin could use that excuse. Rest in peace. But apparently, Rogers requests replacement body cams nearly every week. Okay, if he's that big of a klutz, take away his gun once the city's done throwing him a parade. Maybe all meant to straighten the market for the next century. Too real. I'll, put in a request. Right then, who's next? Boy, we made a mess! We made a big mess! Blood loss from the neck, even I can tell that much. Stabbed with a bladed weapon right near the carotid artery. Very efficient. Not the kind of kill someone could make without prior experience. Suddenly reminiscing about Eternal Sonata, the game where you play as the musician Chopin in a JRPG fever tree when he lays dying. Was that game good? I remember it being a conversation for a while. My client's a humble bodyguard. Come on now, I know you got a job to do, but you'll shame me if you don't let him take the credit for this one. Miller was no joke in a fight. To take him out with one clean stab to the neck using his precious signature katana? The Hound must be itching to brag about it. I'll defer to the medical examiner on this matter, thank you very much. What do you mean? Sato said the same thing. Katana to the neck, in not so many words. Is Miller's blood even on the katana? Even if it is, why would a medical examiner assume the katana was used here when my knife is a much better fit for... My knife. Where is it? Where? I gave Sasuke the knife before I left. Should have been found on him when he was arrested. Uh-oh. It should be somewhere in the arcs. You looking for something, Tiger? They haven't found the knife, and I ask about it anyway. That'd mean admitting that I know it's missing. If I tell them Sasuke mentioned a knife that only the killer would know about, I'd be ruining my case before we even enter the courtroom. Or worse, pointing the police in the direction of the knife's real origin. Morgan keeps having people turn the things she does into legends when all she wants is anonymity. The problem is she's too cool. The problem is she's too cool. She has no idea that she's cool. No, I just... Was anything found in my client's person when he was arrested? Yeah, that's the thing, is that in person, she's not cool. She's cool. She's cool. She's cool. In like a fucked up loser way, but that's what we love about her. If all you know is the killing, it seems much cooler. Besides a gun, a sword, and a bunch of blood that didn't belong to him? No, not even any lint in his pockets. Why do you ask? No reason. You know, sometimes you gotta shake the tree to see what falls out. Or so they say. Oh, you're blindly guessing. I've been there. Something must have happened to that knife. It couldn't have just disappeared. Not from a crime scene locked down like this. I need to find it, but I can't just go looking for it. Huh, is this what it feels like to play with a handicap? Fire Mountain, I think it's really charming and wonderful that you draw comparisons between yourself and Morgan. I think you're both cool. I'd advise you to brace yourself before opening the autopsy photos for this one, counselor. Yes, this is sufficiently obfuscated. A lot to take in. Skull was crushed? Yes. But the cause of death was blood loss from a laceration across the neck. He hit the floor and bled out in seconds. Everything else you're seeing there is post-mortem. Overkill. Not the word I'd use for this kind of shit. Oh, calm down. I didn't do it for the fun of it. In this specific instance. See, she's funny. She's funny. Remember, if you're gonna make a girl who goes crazy, she has to be funny with it. The most important thing about women is that women are funny. Women who are losing it are very funny. They got jokes. This victim had modded eyes. Seems to me like someone just didn't want to take any chances. Bullshit, no one in the lower wards would get optic mods with recording functionality. You wouldn't be welcome anywhere. Do I have jokes? You're watching the stream, so I'll let you come to your own conclusion. I've never noticed you being funny. But do you have a giant witchy hat? I think I do. I could take it off. Yeah, wait, if the modded eyes don't have a recording functionality, what do you have the modded eyes for? Are they just like, wait, if they don't record, what are you doing with them? You gonna claim the Hound of Icaria didn't know something that fundamental? Nah, he bashed his brains in for the fun of it. I'm sure to a law-abiding citizen like yourself, we're all scum of the earth who deserve— I'm pretty scummy myself, Han. Oh my god. Han is like bricked up that Morgan said that to her. Han, like, she's seeing like little rose petals and like birds with like bouquets in their beaks flying by and shit after that one. Yeah, exactly. Defense attorney, remember? Who the hell deserves shit like this? Deserves? What does that have to do with anything? I take it this bat is what did the deed? Matches the splinters found inside his wounds if he had any doubts. Nothing here about Sasuke's fingerprints. You think we could get anything but partials off of that? It's practically splinters. Makes sense. I was the one who actually swung it down, and I was wearing gloves by then. Whoever did this, they were damn enthusiastic. You know how hard they'd have to swing it to crush a skull? To break the bat itself? I can't imagine. She's so funny. She's so funny. She's so funny. Cheap wooden bat used to bludgeon Trey's skull, post-mortem splintered beyond repair during the bludgeoning. Fingerprint analysis approved inconclusive, returning only partials. I was barring Sasuke from exiting the other room before I used it to destroy Trey's eyes, but no one else knows that and I have no way of informing them. What a pain. I like to think that she just has these in the notes app on her phone. It's just in there. There's some faint blood that's been smeared here. Did it belong to the victim? And Sasuke. Wonder if maybe the bodies hadn't gotten moved around for some reason, but... Your client's legs and feet were soaked in others' blood when he was arrested. And he would have had to sneak up on Chopin in order to stab him in the back. You'd think he slid his feet across the ground to avoid making noise? Does he say otherwise? I'll let you keep guessing on that one. Wait, why is this extra special? Hold on, why is there something extra special here? Who the hell are you, really? Why are you lying there dead, right in the middle of my crime scene? That was Tariq Chopin, as you might guess, a patrol officer and the son of two loving fathers, who've strongly emphasized to the chief of police their desire to see justice done. Reyes wasn't exaggerating about how he died. Run through from behind with a sword. So, he would have been standing in front of a desk when he was impaled. Then he collapsed to the floor face first, and the sword got stuck in the ground. Bad luck for the attacker, I suppose. Yeah, Dr. Satos noted in her report that the stab wound was, in her words, jostled. Remember that Sato's a trans woman? She's cool. She's nice. She's nice. I'm glad she's doing well. As well as one can be in a dystopia, but... we take a dub where we can get it. Hey, what's up with the blood on the window over there? Pardon? Like, the attacker tried to pull it out, but it was stuck, so they... got raided. Hello, raiders! Welcome, welcome. This is Morgan's day. She killed a lot of people, and someone is getting blamed, and unfortunately, that's actually bad for her, because it's the mob! What were you doing? You were tomoing your dachis. Did you make the Tomodachi say a potty word? Always jump. Wait, why did this get held by automod? It always jump scares me when tubers raise their actual hands and wave. Why did that get held? Also, no, I am live or die by my tracker down here. Listen, everybody's like, why are you so animated? Why are you so animated? Talk with your hands. You're a VTuber. Talk with your hands. Move them. If you're 3D, move these bitches around. Do it, do it, do it, do it, do it. That's so weird. There is nothing offensive about that. Why the hell did that get auto-modded? Yeah, how is Vintage Story? Was it the word... Why would tubers get blocked? Is that like a...
Yes.
Yeah, Ruby said the same thing I did. Does tubers mean something other than potatoes? Excuse me, I'm Twitch Automod, and you can't call people couch potatoes because we make our money off of couch potatoes who forgot to renew all their subs. And who leave the screen going when they're getting a snack, and we can bill Mutual of Omaha for advertising, even though nobody watched it. Purchase Taco Bell. Oh! Vintage Story is great. The community server we got up is... Oh, is it? Oh, it's a multiplayer thing? Cool. Yeah, I was gonna tell him about the Crunchwrap. So, Ruby and I, there is a place called Plant Power in our neck of the woods.
Excellent.
A stellar corpse has followed me. Me at the start of my story about a scary what are they, Shang-Chi? The hopping zombies? Sorry. But there is a place called Plant Power that does fast food, but vegan. And that means that, you know, there's some... The vegan places, here's the thing about the vegan places, if you can't have cheese because of lactose intolerance, they got you covered. So they do knockoffs of some of the other foods. Like we had the In-N-Out style, animal style fries, which are smothered in cheese, so normally you can't get those if you can't have cheese. Got those. And they called it the Munch Wrap Deluxe. The Munch Wrap Deluxe. It is, of course, the Crunch Wrap Supreme. Ruby had a great time. Yeah, it's nice that everyone can eat there. Yeah, the Munch Wrap. The Munch Wrap. A lot of the vegan food gets slept on. So the thing about like vegan food is like stuff like burgers or like a Munch Wrap, if you will. It ends up working really good because, you know, like it's not like it's like a T-bone steak or something like that where it's like you can really tell with the meat. Like so much else is going on in there that is fine that like we can... The cheese... And Ruby is reminding me we have had a really good mushroom steak. Has that come to Kindred yet? Do we know? Yeah, we'll have to look. So there is another good vegan place that we like. It used to. No, there were several vegan places that we used to like. Unfortunately, one of them went out of business. I should grow some big mushrooms big enough for steaks again. Ooh, you've done that? Cool. Anyway, I had to jiggle the weapon around. That's probably what saved Roger's life. Ruby wants to try a puffball mushroom one day. I do too. Yeah, we have had Devil. We have had it done with a lion's mane done correctly. So there was a place in San Diego called Vulture, unfortunately went out of business, was packed to the gills. I think there was just real estate drama, very unfortunate, and they went out of business, but they were fantastic at that stuff. And again, you'd have to be in like San Diego to like even go and try it, but a lot of those really good innovative things have gone over to their other restaurant, which is Kindred, which is a vegan death metal bar, which is awesome. And they also have a spaceship bar called Mothership, which is also good. So the thing about San Diego and vegan food is if you walk into a restaurant and it looks like a cult, like there's cult stuff on the walls and things are black and creepy, they're not a cult. If it's a vegan place and it looks like a normal restaurant, they're a cult. There were like 3. Loving Hut, Yellow Deli, and Cafe Gratitude. Cult, cult, cult. I'm not kidding. This is not a bit. Amazing city. Celestial Tease ass vibes. We've talked about Cafe Gratitude, made fun of it several times on stream, but I will always bully that place. Allegedly. Not where I left you, that's for sure. And according to Sasuke, the one thing he does recall after I pass the baton to him is gripping his sword. You're not giving me much to work with. Fingerprints on the grip match your client's hand, by the way. Oh, here I was getting my hopes up. You reminded me that I have like 2 pounds of freeze-dried lion's mane that I need to send to people. Yay! It definitely wasn't suicide because no one else's prints are on the damn thing. The katana, bladed weapon found at the scene of the crime, impaled into the torso of victim Sharik Chopin. The steel is chipped at several points, especially the tip. Interesting. Huh. Fingerprints on the handle match the right hand of Sasuke Okaria. No other prints found. Blood residue at various points in the blade matches the DNA of various of the victims Chopin, Miller, and Trey. Another murder weapon I had to wipe my prints off of before taking my leave. It was indulgent, trying to take Trey's head off. Wasn't my only indulgence either. I must have gotten Miller's blood on the blade's tip when I dragged her across the floor. She was so toony to do that. I'm so happy she did that. I ruled out suicide once I saw he was getting stabbed in the back. Thank you. There are papers scattered underneath his body. Did I knock them off the desk at some point? Maybe when the tall one hit the ground? Or maybe when I was swinging that bat down. Hang on. What kind of paper is this? I can't read a word. Really? You should get that looked at. My Vision's 2020. What am I looking at, Miss Site Manager? Those stocks are internal business, ma'am. Nothing to worry your pretty little head over. How do you know they're internal business if we can't read them? You really never seen red ink before? Never heard of it. Corporate Information Security Protocol. Files with special flags trigger specific print commands if you try and make physical copies. Makes it use some kind of special ink. Try to take a photo of it and it comes out a bright blur. Paper's special too. Too much heat, humidity becomes illegible. Corpse bleeding out on top of you is a lot of heat and humidity. Let's get this place humid! First developed in the mid after the third net code league. I'm not gonna worry about this one too much. I'll come back to that one. So these documents contain confidential data that the Blue Bloods wouldn't want getting out. What do they say in the movies? I can't confirm or deny that. And if I subpoenaed the data, do your worst. We got lawyers too. And unlike your client, they've got all the time in the world to stall. Besides, you and I both know exactly what the Hound's motive was. And it isn't written in those pages, it's written all over his busted up face. Sure. But you won't mind if I copy down whatever I can anyway, right? I wouldn't have any legal reason to stop you if that's what you're getting at. Documents found at the scene of the crime, mostly blotted out by the blood coming from Chopin's corpse, apparently contain confidential information of high value, but only the occasional page number, graphic, or name can be spotted. Snippets include page 21, LRs required for suspension of engine made with proper payments to support of construction, re-election full Councilman Long to push for colloquially referred to as lower. Councilman Long is tangled up with these fuckers. Oof, the big one. He made a strange face when I shot him and a loud slam when he hit the floor. This one, real long rap sheet. With a short ending. Buckshot to the torso. Died instantly. Flex were on his mods, put his time of death at 9:44 p.m. Killed by his own weapon. Comes up a bit short of poetic justice, but it doesn't look like he was in any kind of a struggle for it beforehand. How'd someone manage to get it off his hands? It wasn't any great feat, I assure you. Tex identified it as a double-barreled Mag US, and... Hey, how'd you know the gun was his? He's still wearing the holster and the arcs. Was I mistaken? No. Close! About a week ago, Tanks here was stopped and frisked by a patrol unit. And they found this here gun on him. They found this gun on him and they just handed it back to him? And bought and paid for it above board. So, this gun isn't jailbroken, you have tag data from the murders. No, we don't. It's strange, according to the text, the gun is jailbroken. What happened between last week and last night that you get the tag stripped off? Was that in here? No, that didn't. That one wasn't in here. I think it went in evidence.
Excellent.
Thank you for the follow. How are you? This is about the fire escape. Here we go. Here's about the gun. Short-barreled maglev firearm recovered from the scene of the crime. I love the paint job. Registered to Enkurtan, aka Tanks, found on Sasuke Akaria's person when he was arrested by Officer Rogers. Fingerprint analysis shows that Sasuke Akaria gripped it in his left hand. No one else's fingerprints are present. Modified to an illegal extent, the slugs fired detonate after penetrating their target, increasing lethality, and the gun leaves no digital traces, aka tags, from when or where it was fired. Horribly gaudy, but it got the job done. Last I saw it, I'd left it in Sasuke's waistband. This is such a good idea for an episode. Something that made him think this piece would see action soon. Krieg's fine wood desk. You seem particular about it. Maybe in no small part because of the priceless no mask hidden inside of it, but I assume you've been through this data pad here? Yeah, front to back, we didn't find anything we didn't already know. Seems like Krieg was smart enough to use it for payments and nothing else. Data pad, simple data pad with an attachment for processing non-standard identification info, commonly sold to allow payment processing of unusual or rare forms. Besides some parcels, fingerprints were found were matching only those of Krieg and Officer Chopin. Technicians have confirmed that the data is locked to Krieg's fingerprints, making it difficult for anyone else to use it. A dark card is stuck quite firmly into the attached card reader. Couldn't avoid touching it, had to at least pretend the dark card would work. How do you manage that? Even gangsters need spreadsheets. Hence the paperwork you see scattered about. They really did everything by hand? PPP is what they call it over in organized crime, pencil and paper protocol. Helps the orcas keep their books off the books. Or at least in a format that's easier to destroy, should push come to shove. You, run checks on this, credit card that's jammed in here? Not surprised you don't recognize it. That there's a dark card. She's getting back on the ball! Wow, tell me more. Wow, tell me more! She's so funny. She's so funny. It's an untraceable wallet in the palm of your hand. Well, I would hope any wallet could fit in the palm of your hand, detective. But you really can't find the owner? Can't find any trace of its transactions? Most we can tell is the datapad registered calls to dark card networks at around 9:40 p.m., but it timed out. What does that mean? Transfer didn't go through. Either someone got cold feet, or they forgot their password. Happens to the best of us. Physical card key that begins the authentication process for accessing funds located in a cryptographically secure account. Without the fingerprint of the owner and their 24-digit passcode, the card alone is functionally useless. Forensics show that all fingerprints have been wiped off of it at some point, recovered at the crime scene stuck in the card reader of a datapad. Only reason I had to take my gloves off in the first place was because of this useless piece of plastic. By the way, why has this cloth been flagged? Not sure. Yeah, it looks expensive. They did a really good job of making it look expensive. Like, I look at that thing and I'm like, yeah, that's fancy. Not sure. Forensics didn't find any blood on it. Who flagged it? Lady Rockford herself. Oh no, what does Emma know? Could be that she fat thumbed it. Yeah, I'm sure it's nothing. Oh no, what does Emma know? Emma's ahead of us, she always is. It's a surprise tool that will fuck us later. Windows open to the fire escape in the alley below. There's a thin missing of blood across them. Got a good guess as to who it belongs to. Well, this is where we found Creek, leader of the pod. Ballistics tells us the shooter was standing in front of the desk, near where my client was found. Hey, your words, not mine. Nasty slug burst in his chest, blew blood back onto the windows behind him. Open windows. The windows were open at the time of the shooting. Hell of a spread. Yeah, yes, it is. Did someone open these, or? No, they were open when we secured the scene. Wait, did somebody come in through the window after all? I thought the window was closed during the shooting. Wasn't it closed? Not during Morgan's big day out. Wasn't it closed? Come on. Everyone blow a kiss at your girlfriend. Everyone do that now. Everyone blow a kiss at your girlfriend. It's fucking mandatory. If she's not in the building with you, find some cute animals and send them to her and say us with a bunch of heart emojis. Fucking do it. Morgan's happy fun time. Yeah. Playing on the handles there from Creek and his pod. That's where the handles are? Something wrong? Definitely, but how the hell could I explain why I know that? Windows at the scene of the crime, positioned behind Creek's desk, open to the alley and the fire escape. Blood spatter across the windows has, through forensic analysis, been traced to when a Magus shell split inside Creek's ribcage, spraying blood and viscera behind him. Fingerprints on the handles match Creek and the rest of his pod. No Morgan note. Did the Kiss Your Girlfriend song become a big hit? Yes. Yes, it did. I'm constantly, like... I was thinking the other day, like, I make up more stupid songs off stream than I do on stream. So I was like, you know what? I'm gonna do more stupid songs on stream because I'm constantly doing them. No, sorry, I guess I'm wondering about the keys around his neck and the arcs. Oh, well, one was a master key, couldn't unlock any other door in the building. The other key we eventually paired to a small safe in his desk. Empty, though. I suppose that's all irrelevant, since he apparently died with the keys in his person. Being on stream kind of puts you on the spot. Yeah, I don't know. I've been doing this for what, 20 years? You know, I've been up here since the 1960s. How long have I been doing this shit? Like, I'm on the spot, but I'm also like, It's very funny whenever I have to do like public speaking or anything like that at work. Like, there was a big event where I was up in front of like hundreds of people. Nothing. It's like my fucking coworker for this like event where it's like a convention style event where like we're up and there's like tables of people that say, oh, I'm nervous about being in front of a whole bunch of people, and I'm like, you know, I'm being nice. I'm nice. I'm like, oh yeah, no, we're gonna do great. We're gonna work together. And in my head, I'm like, these people have their real legal names attached to what's going on. They can't say potty mouth things. Actually, we had to get some of them in trouble. Because grown-ass adults. But a bunch of them decided that they wanted to be like it was high school, and the whole back row is gossiping to each other and being really loud. And I had to be like it was high school and be like, guys, you're disturbing everything for everyone. Like, felt ridiculous to do, but sometimes people are grown up, but also not, is the thing. It's like, look, I get it during high school. High school's a nightmare. You're being paid to be here. And you don't have to do your regular job today. And lunch was catered. And snacks were catered. Just come on, dude. Come on. Yeah, they caught my eye too, to be honest, but... No, and yeah, I can't get raid botted. None of you can call me a slur. None of you can trick me into saying something wildly inappropriate. You got nothing. I'm in Weenie Hut Jr. here. We're just in the same physical room. It actually was a lot of fun because like a lot of the people, because it was like extended people from like all throughout like California who we normally wouldn't like interact with were here, and a bunch of them were like, oh, who was that who presented? Who was that? She's so funny. She's so funny. She was so funny. The crowd really loved her. And I just got up there and I did Gloop is the thing. Like I got up there in front of the crowd and we were doing work stuff, but I just did Gloop. How do I put that on a resume? Somebody fucking tell me. None of them could drop Simon me. I wish they could thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Not every detective's instinct pans out. Oh, shush. Shush. Thank you, Genie Problem. Shush. Thank you. So, who was this guy? Curious? Only professionally. I don't care what he was before I killed him. We haven't gotten a little energy cut in like that. Yay! Criminal record dating as far back as it goes. Sealed when he turned 18. Makes us sure he has a juvenile record then. Well, the more experience these guys get, the more time in between their arrests. Pattern I'm seeing, he was pretty damn experienced by the time he was of age. You trying to compliment him? Wasn't trying to insult him, huh? Yeah, anything you'd like to add? Nothing I want to say in front of you two. Listen, if you want to say a few words, the detective and I could step. Only words I have are for his killer. I'll deliver them in person. Or not at all. Fair enough. Have any idea why someone might have wanted to hurt this Creek fellow? That's not funny. That dog you're defending. It's a fair question, Han. Give it a fair consideration. Besides the Icaria, the Rust are our city's finest? No. Creek was charismatic and driven. Plus, he made us a lot of money. No true blue would want him gone. Why did we get a big reaction out of... Hold on. I hear Ruby going, stop! Let me investigate what's going on. Hold on. Hi, do you need help? All right, I got her. Ah, no, you're in my lap. No, you're in my lap. Okay, there we go. Ruby is trying to fold clothes, and Bean is like, haha, yay, we're playing, wow, woohoo, yay. So the next 5 minutes are going to be performed with a struggling, complaining cat in my arms. The bloodthirsty Ikari soldier who's interrogating, however, probably wasn't a huge fan. Go in my lap. What happened? What about family? This is getting old fast. Youngster brother's listed as next of kin. Leave his brother out of this! Hell, leave me out of this. Reading through a person like you're picking at zits. Well, seems he's out of town, anyway. Taking summer lessons at How Mariner Yale. Looks like a good school. An expensive school. Younger brother has no listed occupation. Also, no priors in juvenile record. TAD at his age, poor kid. Pills for that cost an arm and a leg. Creek must have been sending him. Detective. Did you just leak the confidential medical data of a non-suspect to a third party? Hey, you don't have to... How about I just buy you an ice cream or something? Bribery, too! You're digging yourself pretty deep. Is it still bribery if I'm the government official? Our family has like 4 cats, but recently a 5th has entered the scene. Yay! Paper scattered all over his desk. Suppose I'm partially to blame. I didn't exactly memorize his setup before I started searching for the mask. Do you think London regularly bribes Ryas with ice cream? Yes, I do. And I think she insults him and cusses him out, and then I think it works. She gets a big banana split, and she eats the big banana split with like big dramatic scoops like this. Just whoosh.
She goes, oh, nom, nom.
But glares at him the whole time. What's this? What'd you find there? A note? Looks like Creek's handwriting from the other files I've seen. Really love how scrawled it is. Scrawled note, with a typo. Scrawled paper, note scrawled onto a small piece of paper reading M. Ikaria. M. Ikaria. Handwriting is by and large a match for other documents penned initially by Creek found at the crime scene. I love that there's a fucking typo. I can't wait for that minor detail to be very important. M. Ikaria. Looks like M. Ikaria, actually. You know, it's so fucking funny that I spent all stream having a hard time pronouncing this name, and now a wrong spelling of it has entered the chat. He's dead, London. I was gonna let the spelling mistake slide. Right, sorry, but M? That's gotta be Makoto, right? You know Makoto? I know he's the Ikaria's heir apparent. From what I hear, he's an appropriately frightening young scion. He's really quite something. Why would his name be on Creek's desk? He was Creek's real target the other day. Sasuke was some kind of consolation prize. Bagging the Hound was a consolation prize? These punks have their sights set high. Yeah. Like no one taught them not to stare at the sun. I think that story was bogus. I think something is going to turn out that that story was bogus. Is there anything else to check out in here? I love that every room in the future has bad cabling on the ceiling. Through this door is where they're keeping Sasuke, and where I let him off the leash. I'll leave that for after I finish in here. Oh, is there still something to click on then? Yeah, Sasuke from Naruto, the very one. What have I not clicked on? Oh. Screen. I turned it on to distract Tanks long enough to grab his gun, and I remember choosing not to turn it back off. Interesting setup. Powerful setup was blaring when we arrived. The sound system, I mean. One of the crime scene texts is a real audio file. Said it broke her heart how loud they must have blared the speakers all the time. Where's it out? She said. Sound system found at the crime scene. According to ARCs, the system was still playing music loudly by the time the crime scene tech started scanning the environment. Really was giving me a headache when I turned it off. I didn't enjoy having to turn it back on before I left just to leave no trace. Well, I wouldn't count on orcas to value the longevity of their tech purchases. Okay. Looks like that's everything in here. Well, I don't envy either of you with your workloads. It's a mess in here. A lot of blood, that's for sure. I'm impressed you haven't gotten nauseous, miss. I'd be right at home here if y'all weren't poking your noses around. Oh, shoot, I just remembered. I'll never hear the end of it if I don't check on my partner after saying I would. You two good to keep going if I step out to make a call? Call? Is your partner Mom? Is your mom blind? Send a text. Well, thanks for your understanding. Maybe he was the one with the weak stomach. You be sure to let me know if you're feeling faint. I can keep going. We're nearly finished anyway. I'd stick to the arcs if I were you. Nothing behind that door that's better seen in person. You've been such a gracious host up until this point, Miss Han. Why the cold feet now? It's ugly in there. Uglier than this? Different kind of ugly, then. It's all in the eye of the beholder. We haven't saved in a second, so I am saving. Because it lagged, it stuttered. Sometimes this game stutters for just a tiny second when loading a new environment, and ever since that first stream where we had the tech meltdown, my heebies are GB'd every time. I warn you. Don't worry, I can stomach it just fine. So long as I can understand it. Why did Krieg's pod torture my client? I don't know that they did. Sosuke told me they electrocuted him, Han. They probably just grounded him. Low-grade currents applied every few minutes stops most mods from rebooting. So no SOS pings, no adrenaline bursts pulled out of his ass. And the pliers, hammers, and syringes, what purpose did they serve? They could have just killed Sasuke when they failed to nab Makoto. Instead, they dragged him down here. Why? To try and get info on Makoto's itinerary and get enough intel to make another run at him? If there are any answers for me in here, I'll need a grout scraper to find them. Has all this blood been tested, Miss Han? Enough of it has. Besides, Sasuke, who else would it belong to? Well, that's a bit lazy, but it's not as if there's more here than the last time I visited. Sasuke really did lose a lot of blood. By the time he stumbled out of here, a stiff breeze would have been enough to knock him over. He really such a badass that he still managed to take out a police officer before he'd even been noticed? It's not as if I feel nothing looking at someone else's handiwork. Product of their violence. It's like an artificial sweetener. No complaints for that first instant. Then the aftertaste comes. Empty calories. We'll just be hungrier again later. Faster. Best to stay disciplined. Oh my god, Morgan! Morgan! Seeing blood and going, yay, yippee, yahoo, I want to do that. Mommy, please. It's water. Old enough that condensation's on the outside of the bucket. That water for sponge baths? That's just a simple way to keep a guest from dozing off. Temperature shock makes caffeine look like a sleep aid. This coming after you claim you don't know if Sasuke was tortured? You know what that other bucket's for, then? I know you said you've got a weak sense of smell, but do you really need a hint here? Then this last bucket here is... What is that? Trash? Cloth and rope. Bindings. More bandages. See, they're nursing him back to health. I'll run you theory past Sasuke next chance I get. This must be what's left of what they're keeping him tied up with. Correct, Tengu. Correct. Hardy cloth bindings found inside the room where Sasuke was held, stiff with dried blood and clearly cut with something sharp. Did she cut him free? I don't think she cut him free. I think she just put the weapon on him. They would have had to use something. Yeah, this door doesn't even lock. Not after I move the bat, barring it from the outside. So he was brought here, tied up, questioned. Then he breaks out, bursts in the next room, cuts up 2 of his captors, and blows the other 2 away. That's what you think happened? That's what it looks like. And then what? Chopin runs in and turns his back on a violent criminal? Don't strain yourself trying to make it sound improbable. Cops are dumb. If the Hound crouched in a corner, he'd have his chance soon enough. Hell, he probably just played dead. Walking into that scene out there, you think some patrol officer would go around checking pulses? Why would my client go to all that trouble to get the jump on an officer? Why not just run away? Hell, why not ask him for medical treatment? Because he was standing in the middle of the 4 men he just killed? I know that Sasuke had no logical reason to attack Chopin, but so what? Even Sasuke himself says he would have been acting on instinct. Would instinct tell him that Chopin was in between him and his escape? Hypodermic needles, probably not packing anything healthy. Sasuke better hope they were at least sanitized. I'm not sure Sarah can treat an infection with gauze and rubbing alcohol alone. All right, they're hanging out. Oh my God, we're gonna come back, and those 2 are gonna be besties. Those needles there. The design of those needles seems a little odd. Well, someone will tell you sooner or later, so... They're projectiles. Load them into a gun and fire away. Sasuke was captured by men wielding needle guns. Projectile hypodermic needles recovered from the room where Sasuke was being held. The contents would then match the non-lethal anesthetics found in Sasuke's bloodstream at the time of his arrest, though other needles were found containing stimulants and drugs commonly marketed as truth serums. They're probably watching the 7 Samurai as we speak. True. Does Cyanus Security have any peacekeeping tools they'd like to disclose as having recently gone missing? You're cursing up the wrong pipe. Creek could find tools on his own, and we're not that kind of operation. An operation where the right hand doesn't know what the left is doing? More like the right hand's just been washed, so if you have to handle some garbage... Cyanus is that legitimate. Why aren't all the Blue Bloods working legal jobs then? Not enough positions available. Gotta earn like hell to be considered for a job on this side of the fence. Creek and his pod weren't bringing in that kind of money? They liked Creek's pod where it was. Who's they? Upper management. Oh yeah, that mask is a death sentence crafted specifically for one very special customer. I'm just the one given the honor of hanging on to it until... Did upper management like Creek? Yeah, this doesn't jive. It's like, okay, these were punks who didn't make money. Why do they have a fucking super weapon? I'm just a humble site manager, miss. I wouldn't know. Sure. So, do all these needles contain anesthetics? No, there's also stimulants in barbiturate. Originally developed as a hypnotic sleep aid drug for active duty military personnel, barbiturate is currently prescribed, though rarely, as an anti-anxiety and anti-seizure medication. Often described as a truth serum, barbiturate has never been shown to function as such in a controlled setting. When compared against the sampling of liquors ranging from 40 to 80 proof, barbiturate resulted in truthful confessions only 0.2% more often, and no subjects admitted to providing information that were not really comfortable with divulging. Do you want something powerful enough to kill next to someone important? Fair. I don't know if the mask was necessarily a weapon. Well, I thought that the deal with the mask was that it was going to make tech go haywire. That if you put this thing on, you're going to be able to move through the city and break every camera along the way. Yeah, it's like an EMP. Which is interesting because, like, yeah, in the immediate moment, it's like, yeah, I win. I just hacked everything. But, you know, you're also kind of painting a path as you go of like, yeah, I got in and out. But, you know, you can kind of follow the trail of destroyed cameras. Like the truth serum? You can get sued for selling it as such. It makes you talk. Doesn't make what you say the truth. So they wanted Sasuke talking, but what did they ask him? If your client can't remember, isn't willing to recall, there's really no one else alive who would know, yeah? I'm getting a headache, but it's not for anything sensory. I should know about this crime, more about this crime scene than anyone. Why can't I piece it together? If I can't piece it together, the cops won't trace any of this back to me, right? So why do I feel so ill at ease? The knife! Okay, thanks for your patience, ladies. Miss anything? Oh. Would you have felt better if you had? I'm gonna head out now, actually. I got a long day tomorrow. You going back by yourself, then? You sure? I get you right out of the neighborhood. I'm sure Miss Han here has already made sure that we'll both get out of here without any trouble. Sup, Cat Mama? That is her company's area of expertise, isn't it? Of course. Well, at least let me walk you out. Sure, why not? Safe travels. Alright, what detail is gonna bite us in the ass? So, detective. There's something you didn't want to talk about in front of the professionals at Cyanus Security? Thanks for picking up on that. Reyes will be upset that you never checked in. Yeah, right after this, I will. This room. Are we directly underneath the crime scene? Yep. Same fire escape right there. Same type of window, too. Has this room been scanned into the arcs? Yeah, but no one found anything noteworthy. Except Cyanus being sloppy. So, what were you actually doing when you left Han and I back there? Something Han said earlier about how no true blue would wish harm on Creek. Yeah, he reacted to that. Her phrasing stood out to me. Because it implies the existence of false blue bloods? Because it reminded me of one of the first things I learned in this city. There are no monoliths. Megs, Orcas, City Hall, they're always factions. And among the blue bloods, the party lines are especially visible. So I'm gonna call nod to Reyes and confirm some things. And I figure I owe you a little hint or two considering the tone of the last message I delivered. Yeah, that message warned me not to broaden the scope of my investigation. Getting hints from you might be self-defeating. Not these hints, trust me. So, what faction did our pal Creek belong to? The Youngbloods, opposite end of the compass from the Old Guards, the conservative blue blood leadership. All of them older than 70, some of them pushing higher than 90. Han said Creek was too useful for anyone to want dead, but my sources don't agree. Creek talked. Said things aloud that others only whispered. Ambitious, charismatic, up and coming, and young. Could easily see him being very unpopular with all the wrong people in the Old Guard. That's interesting info, detective, but it doesn't exactly flip this case on its head. I already know who killed Creek. The police have already decided Sasuke. Learning that he had some occupational hazards will hardly convince the jury otherwise. My client's the one standing accused, and everyone already knows why Blue Bloods and Ikaruas would want to kill each other. Do you? They're rival gangs. They hate each other. Do you know why? Same reason all the Blue Blood leadership is ancient, while the muscle's made up of orphans and delinquents. Ikaria. 30 years ago, the Ikaria betrayed their peace to the Blue Bloods. Started killing them. And they didn't stop for days. By the end of it, every single member of the leading Blue Blood families under the age of 40 was dead. Whew. I can see how their kids would grow up to hate the Ikaria, yeah. You're not getting it, Tiger. Their kids didn't grow up at all. If that's the case, how are the Blue Bloods still around? Well, for one thing, the Ikaria had bigger fish to fry. This was right before the Red Decade. They spent every second of the next 10 years positioning themselves so they would come out the other end as nobility. Second, what remained of the Blue Bloods found a new niche to fill. Taking in delinquents furious at a country driven off a cliff by adults before they could even get a chance to vote. Blue Bloods swelled their ranks to new heights by looking out for the little guys during those years, in exchange for favors down the line. Lastly, and most importantly, they survived because they still had hope. You serious? I am. It's a powerful weapon. Hope for what? Hope that the Ikaria had missed one. They'd fled the country. Hope that a promised heir would grow strong in return one day. Triumphant little lord with overflowing riches and overwhelming power. That sounds like a fairy tale. Those endure for a reason. Well, now you know. Warning to watch where you step isn't exactly worth much if you're fumbling around in the dark. Fairy tales and warnings. What's up? Hey, did you and your pals in OC ever hear about some kind of blue blood hunter? What, like a bounty hunter? Or huntsman, maybe? Where'd you hear that? Sasuke thinks he might have overheard talk of something like that while he was in captivity. Does it mean anything? Nope. I don't like the hesitation there, detective. It's an urban legend. I would have said the same thing about Unlisted before this afternoon, and yet... fair enough. If you see a huntsman and live to tell the tale, I'll buy you as many lotto tickets as you want. Hey, you ever pay attention to any of this graffiti down here? Scrawlings about Lobo and Cyberpunk and HBK, increasingly. I haven't seen that myself. I was gonna say Red Hood. Why are you asking? You feel it chilled on your spine? Except for HBK, that's all old news. Ghost stories and campfire tales. There are a lot of campsites around here. Well, lots of places to start fires. But Red Hood, haven't heard that in who knows how long. It's one of the oldest. Rough story. It's based on a real event? Nothing worth recounting. I'll take your word for it. What's got into you that you're feeling all superstitious? Guilty conscience? Hee hee. You mean about working with the mafia? Psychologists would call that projecting. Ouch. Too far? Nah. Didn't feel a thing. Don't know why I asked, really. Guess I've just had an odd feeling all day. Like deja vu, you been here before? No, I hate that feeling. It's whatever the opposite of that would be. The unnerving certainty that you're in uncharted waters. Scary stuff. In Korea, blue blood, Megs, orcas, dirty cops, and criminal informants. Lines drawn back and forth across a battlefield like a spider suspension bridge. Jamais vu, I think is what it's called. Good word. Dizzying in its complexity, frail along any given strand. One wrong move and you're completely ensnared. Priorities. The Korea don't care who tore through Creek's gang, but they would prefer Sasuke doesn't spend life in prison for killing a cop. The Blue Bloods want to tear Sasuke's throat out, but if Han's taken at her word, they're settling for 5 counts of murder. Can I take Han at her word? Or is she a young blood like Creek, or is she with the old guard? Could I have asked London that? If I had, could I have trusted his answer? Because if it turns out Qasim London is much harder to read than I anticipated. I can't even trust my client to act in his own self-interest. The man's a bodyguard by trade and a zealot for his house. My trial starts tomorrow. Do I still need more information? Is there time to find it? No, what I need right now is a nightcap. If I can't fall asleep, then I know I'm in trouble. Well then, yes, I think that was a knock. Guess sleep will have to wait. It's unlocked! Cool girl! Pardon me for dropping in at such a late hour, Counselor Morgan. Standing there in my doorway, she's cut through the light like a blade of split ink. Boy, this is so... I'm glad they're highlighting how film noir this is. But twice as sharp and not nearly as familiar. It is outside of normal consultation hours, miss. She purses her lips. Like lily petals shying away from the moonlight. What's a smirk by any other name? Please, call me Mireille. I'm gonna fuck that name up too. Any last name, Mireille? Question floats in the air like a curling cigarette smoke. I could tell she was used to the smell. I'll leave it up to your imagination. Oh my god, she's a baddie! Self-assured and apologetic, the unspoken family name loud as a signature. Written in blood. You're from House Ikaria. Might I step inside? She blinks. Her head turns a millimeter. Forked tongue testing the temperature of the air. She wasn't asking for permission. Just you? What about your friends in the hallway? She raises an eyebrow but keeps staring at the floor. She's surprised at my perception of the unseen threat. Sasuke. Am I A-ing that? Am I not awing down there enough? I don't think they need to join us, do you? Alright, I'll drop it lower. Well, she's the kind of woman to make you remember. So, Sasuke. Smoking could kill. Oh my god, it's black and white. Awesome. Cool entry. Alright, let's see what a baddie. She's a baddie! So, how can I be of service, Mireille? You're already being quite accommodating, both to me and to my family's interests. I came here tonight to be of service to you. I understand you're somewhat new to this underworld of ours. Well, I'm grateful for the offer, Mireille. But inexperienced as I am, I've gathered that House Ikaria didn't come into its fortune by being generous. Would you like to know how House Ikaria did come into its fortune? I know you operate a lending corporation with a significantly diversified portfolio. Yes, the good old IFG, the public face of the Ikaria criminal enterprise, clean-shaven as it's become. And? And you founded a pharmaceutical company and profited immensely when it went public. And before that, I know your family became nobility during the years of civil unrest. Well, no doubt by being well positioned when the time came to reprivatize our nation's industries. Yes. And before that, I know you slaughtered the Blue Bloods 30 years ago. Very good, Counselor Morgan. You've acclimated to our waters remarkably fast. What I don't know is why Makoto Ikaria has been the target of multiple kidnapping attempts over the past year. Can't fathom a guess as to why the Blue Bloods might want to ransom the family's heir. That's the only guess I can make. Strikes me as shallow. Nothing more dangerous than waters you don't know the depth of. As you said, 30 years ago, the Ikaria cartel, an unrecognizable band of brutes and drug smugglers compared to today, massacred the respectable Blue Bloods and left their geriatric leadership to die on the vine. But we thrust the knife much deeper than that. You went after the heirs and their entire future. Ugh. Are you familiar with genetic factor authentication? Using DNA as a password? Blood, specifically. Easier than memorizing a string 3 billion characters long. But GFA's fallen out of favor, hasn't it? Password security system wherein a live blood sample is provided in combination with the username and password to complete verification. GFA can only be conducted in person with a sample acquired by a trained on-site professional. Because of the physical realities of the verification process itself, GFA is considered cryptographic. It cannot be bypassed or hacked in any traditional sense. While some security systems and cryptographic algorithms incorporate biological elements in more ways, GFA, as it was originally developed, has gone largely unadopted throughout the business world. Few corporations are trying information research to specific bloodlines as opposed to specific groups, and the verification process itself is inconvenient for most, while totally unusable for anyone working remotely. GFA is still offered, however, at some of the most prestigious and secure banks in the world, and families with particularly long lineages have been known to favor GFA for what are effectively symbolic reasons. Because GFA remains accessible to any past or future offspring of the initial registries, is sometimes offered as a wedding or baby shower gift for couples intending to set up trust. Cool. The Blue Bloods made ample use of it back then. Bad bet. They already had all their offshore accounts, business titles, property deeds. The Blue Bloods thought they'd already won, that they were establishing a dynasty. So they made their political marriages, they bound their alliances and fortunes in literal blood. GFA was both a financial and symbolic laundering of the Blue Bloods' past. Their children, now married, clean-cut, and perfectly respectable, would prosper alongside wealth no longer tainted by ill-gotten gains. So, the GFA became the Ikaria's checklist. We went through and crossed out anyone that could have accessed those funds. Now all of it sits untouchable overseas in encrypted digital warehouses in some of the oldest, most austere banks in the world, collecting interest that will never be claimed. Does that answer your question as to why they target Makoto? No, and you know it doesn't. Because if they thought you could lock you out of your coffers by killing Makoto, they wouldn't be trying to take him alive. You're paying attention. I like that. We don't use GFA, and Makoto is heir to the House Ikaria, to the Ikaria Financial Group. He'd never be tied to our legitimate banking information. Why not? What if he wants to buy a lollipop? A lollipop would be provided for him. The family's black market proceeds and its white market holdings must never mix. You divided your house right down the middle? Pardon the expression, but how can you stand? Top the backs of many. And you all take this division that seriously. Deadly seriously. That's our family's rule, dating back centuries. Either you serve the house, or you serve its interests. Never both. So you're assigned to either the criminal organization, which registers the IFG, or to managing the family's legitimate business holdings like Renajan. But that means you are nearly as much of an outsider to the Ikaria Financial Group as you are. Nearly's doing a lot of work there. She loves this shit. Morgan loves to fucking... This is... I think Morgan probably feels like she's cheating on Emma right now with the fact that she is, like, going at it with Mireille like this. Who do you answer to, then? Who controls the Ikaria's legitimate empire? Until Makoto marries his mother. And I take it Makoto isn't solely responsible for the house's affairs at his age. When a fucking dame like this comes to her office, she's going crazy, yeah. Makoto wields great authority as the heir, but yes, the house is led by his father, Raphael. Classic Japanese name. And more directly by his grandfather, our patriarch, Daisuke Ikaria. What up? Daisuke. Hey, what's up with the Raphael, though? I see. But that puts me back where I started. The Blue Bloods want to hold Makoto hostage to gain leverage on the likes of Daisuke. How can I put this? Had things gone even slightly different 30 years ago, the Blue Bloods would be the ones shaking hands with politicians, marrying ambassadors, and sitting in boardrooms. Some of them believe it can still be so, if the right match were made. They want to marry in a house Ikaria? But Makoto's and all the Blue Bloods are older than... They'd find an age-appropriate adoption. You're missing the point. They need Makoto alive and well to negotiate that kind of reversal of fortune. So they've been trying to capture him for the past year. But every Blue Blood I met today seemed to care a lot more about getting revenge for their dead man than kidnapping a preteen. How many of them do you think Sasuke's cut down? I'll drop that lower. I'll drop that lower. I hear what you're hearing. How many of them do you think Sasuke's cut down in the last year he spent repelling their attempts? Is that a source of internal conflict? The old guard are throwing young bloods into an Ikaria shredder en masse, trying to capture Makoto just to elevate themselves. What was that fucking tweet about, like, it was originally about cats and coyotes, but it was the one that's like, sounds like you're feeding young bloods to Ikaria. I suppose that all might total up to enough motivation for them to torture Sasuke, yeah. And then his heir started crying. I'd heard Sasuke was wounded. No one informed me that he'd been tortured. You know him, I take it? As you've gathered, Sasuke deals in matters unrelated to my side of the family. But he's still family. Speaking of my side, I have a duty as a representative of my wing of the House to stress that we do not want this trial to be prolonged. So bean counters don't care for the extra attention. That makes sense. Do you care about the outcome? A win is always preferable, not a necessity. Makoto Ikaria hired me to provoke Sosuke's incidents. If he's the one signing the checks, did he say why he hired you? He hired you for 2 reasons. Reason 1, his options are limited. More limited than he suggested, no doubt, to keep a strong front. The entire house is currently being audited by the state. Our usual legion of lawyers and accountants are already billing hours as fast as they can, so he couldn't have his pick of the litter. So, one half of the family can't talk business at the dinner table with the other half, but you share a pool of lawyers? Lawyers can be trusted to be discreet, can they not? Yeah, we can read between the lines. So then you understand reason 2. Whatever lawyer he did find through the Ikaria's usual connections would, like me, do whatever's best for the house as a whole. And not what's best for Sasuke. I'll make an amendment. 3 reasons. Makoto knew that if he didn't assign any lawyer, Sasuke would just stay silent as the state dragged him off to be chained, rather than inconvenience the house any further. Well, yeah. I've known Sasuke for less than a day, and even I can tell he's never seen a cross he wouldn't jump at the opportunity to bear. Well, that explains why Makoto would hire someone without connections to the Ikaria. You slow-rolling another addendum that'll clear up on Earth why my name came across his desk? Littered with crayons and timetables, as I'm sure it was. I hope I've been able to elucidate matters for you, Counselor Morgan. Masterfully subtle way to say we're done talking! Now, I might ask you a small favor in return. Pass this message to Sasuke. You see a way out, take it. Do you understand what you're asking him to do? Even if Sasuke took a plea bargain, even if I somehow managed to get the other charges reduced to manslaughter or self-defense, the state thinks he killed a cop. The message is for Sasuke, not you. Your interpretation of it is irrelevant. Oof, end of conversation. As she reaches the exit, she turns back to look at me, lingering in the doorway like the warm buzz of a strong, dark cocktail. I love when she does this shit! But your assessment is correct. If this were just 4 dead blue bloods, our dim little underworld could balance out the ledger unassisted. That cop hadn't shown up last night. You know something about the late Officer Chopin? City in mourning after death of City Councilman's beloved adoptive son in the line of duty. All I know is his funeral dirge will make those 4 boys' deaths sound like a disinterested sigh. Lesbian noir is such a fucking... Like that, the fact that lesbian noir is a thing that happens in this, and it's not even like the top 50 craziest things that have happened, is awesome. By the way, I must admit you have a lovely apartment, Counselor. Changing subject as subtly as a bullet train hopping in tracks. Yeah, quite spacious for a defense attorney. Place wouldn't sell after the tram route got diverted. I negotiated down the rent and then installed all the soundproofing myself. Can't open the windows without being treated to the sounds of the city then. There's always a cost. That's one mystery solved then, isn't it? Enjoy the rest of your quiet evening, Counselor. The door glides to a close behind her, easy as a question left unasked. I'm left here hanging in a single held breath of stillness, listening as the deafened thud of her honors guard implied violence stomps down the hallway behind her. All right, give a girl 1 second. We have to run an ad anyway. I want to grab a soda out of the fridge, so I'm gonna make it run a commercial. And you're gonna go grab a soda out of the fridge, and I'm gonna go grab a soda out of the fridge, and we're gonna go grab a soda out of the fridge. I haven't made that noise in a second, so I just wanted to make that noise. Commercial! There we go. You see, I had to write it. I had to write it in chat because I forget. Like several streams in a row, I've had to clean up the VOD before I went over to YouTube because I like forgot partway through and had to pull it from the Twitch recording, which I like to not do because the Twitch recording gets muted if there's a copyright violation or anything like that. But, you know, the recording on my computer will be fine every time. And YouTube will usually let me put copyright audio or whatever up there. They just ding it with you can't monetize it, which is fine because I'm not trying to monetize on YouTube. I'm barely trying to monetize in general. I'm doing this for the love of the game. I was still leaning back in my chair, staring holes into my ceiling long after the scent of her expensive tobacco had faded into null. Are you into girls who smoke? You are into girls who smoke, like big time. Oh my god, savoring it! Oh my god, she's Boner City. Savoring it while it lasted was beyond me at the moment. My attention's elsewhere. She's jorking it! This case is not, and so I can't say that. 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 This case is knotted and twisted like a gnarled oak. Just when I think I found my rhythm, the blade runs dull. Carving is an exercise in patience and vision. You need to start with a clear picture of what you want. I want some answers! But for now, I'll sleep. Tomorrow and Cora will just have to keep whittling away at the wood until I fashion something halfway usable. And well, if that doesn't work, I'll use a chainsaw. Hey, cool kid. Yeah, oh, childhood flashback. Yeah, you, trying to look all stoic, staring out the window. Little late to try and look detached after that thing you pulled the other day. So that wasn't a joke, making that announcement in front of the class? Trying to start a detective club or something? What mysteries? Disappearing cleaning supplies? Books not getting returned to the library? Sounds lame. Well, not like that's your fault. Everything's lame. Good luck finding members. Everyone around here already knows what they're gonna do after school. And tomorrow, and next year. They're all staring down the barrel of a lucrative career and telling other companies how to provide web service, whatever the hell the school's supposed to train us for. A lawyer, if you say so, cool kid. Megs will probably have robots doing that by the time you graduate, but sure. Law school's supposed to be hard to get into. You'll need a record that doesn't suck. Getting the club you started shut down because you couldn't get anyone to join probably won't help. Wow, so confident. You really are a cool kid. A bitch. Morgan, please, this is... Hold still and relax. This will be over soon. I'm interested in it as a detail. It sounded like it was an expensive school. I thought you were joking about the makeup! Of course I wasn't joking. Face like yours is invaluable in the courtroom. And you think covering me with concealer and blush and applying eyeliner will help me appeal to what demographic exactly? You think the school was haunted? Yes, I do. I don't know by what. I'll get back to you. You know the names of all this stuff? I'm a modern man. I know the names of many things, including makeup. Is that your eyebrow gel? Oh, 80 is gonna have so much fun. Yes? It's cakey. Do you want to do the rest? I think that Jerry might find that some of his wounds make him look rugged. And furthermore, from an aesthetic perspective, leaving some of his buttons undone will... Excuse me? You're clearly a very devoted martial artist, Sasuke. Sasuke, I'm trying to drop it down there. You should be proud to display your well-defined collarbones as the fruit of your efforts. Sarah! I know you're advanced. Just hold still. Appearances matter in the courtroom. 95% of defendants who are ever seen in prison garb at trial are found guilty. I don't doubt your tactics work, Morgan. My tactics include getting your suit pressed. Do you want me to wrinkle it back up? Just find them unpalatable. Trying to get the jury, these civilians, to pity me is shameful. You're worried about honor? Really? You're already a cybernetic ninja, Sasuke. Don't be a stereotype. Don't call other people stereotypes. He's right, Adonai, and he's more of a cybernetic samurai since he's sworn himself to a wealthy landowning noble. I'm so happy this is the fucking conversation. I'm confused, Sasuke. Is it honorable how your family makes their money? Made their money? Sarah's great. I love Sarah. So I have started putting pen to paper and doing a little fiction these days myself as well. I posted over on Blue Sky and on the Discord. And I'm trying to shape up some kid characters to hang around with the big girls. And like, I've been thinking about Sarah like the whole time. Because I'm like, boy, if I can make one of my girly pops a trillionth as cool in terms of, you know, little sidekick punk, I think it's important to rotate Sarah in your mind. I'm not talking about morality, I'm talking about having principles. Yes, they're subjective, and yes, they can be hypocritical. Like the microwave, way ahead of you. Yes, exactly. The further you stray from the common path, the more you need them. I mean, what about her? What would Sarah be like if she didn't have the tenets to guide her programming? Buck up to say it. I think I like Sarah more than Morgan. She's just super fascinating. I don't think you're wrong for having a favorite. I think the only way the story can work is with Morgan as the protagonist. But you know, one person being... There's a reason they hand out an Oscar for Best Supporting Role, you know? Like... I can only imagine. But some people, believe it or not, enjoy their freedoms. Adrift in the middle of the ocean, you're free to go in whatever direction you want. But without a compass, you'll just die of exposure. If you only ever follow exactly what the compass says, you'll sail north until you freeze to death. The point is, if you have a compass, you know which direction north is. Well, fortunate for all of us then that the state is a 1,000,000 megawatt North Star pointing towards complacency at all times. And the media is like the wind, and without wind, you'll get stuck in the tide. Marisa Tomei couldn't also be the lawyer, but she still steals that movie. Great reference. There's some what's the website where people leave film reviews? I don't think it's IMDb, but there is one fucking like comment on that movie where somebody left a review and they're like, I'm a guy, but if I was a girl, I'd want to be somebody just like Marisa Tomei. And then they come back and it's like all caps, edit. Guess what? It's like, yeah, I fucking bet, girl. It was a nice try, Sarah. Forget it. Do whatever you want with your brushes, woman. And you're pouting again, great. Sarah, just keep him talking. What, if I'm talking, will you? Trust me, I've done more delicate work before. Sarah, small talk. Gladly, Adonai. Yay! We get to play as Tails instead of Sonic. Sasuke, do you happen to have any tattoos? I'm sure you're gonna ask about that or something. They might. Oh. Well, yes, as a matter of fact, I do have a tattoo. A Komainu on my back. Komainu, a guardian dog. You have a tattoo of a dog? It's a fierce guardian deity. Like a Labrador or like a great fierce a big dog. Perhaps you should have it changed to some other design, like say like a dragon. She's so funny. She's so funny. There's no switching. Buyer's remorse must be unbearable. There's no buyer's remorse! Lift your chin. You really think they'll feel bad for me because of some cuts and scrapes? You're not good at listening to instructions, are you? The prosecution has to get 12 strangers to agree that you killed 5 men. Each charge has to be unanimous, a perfect score. So any chip damage we can do, any doubt we can sow, we'll take it. And any advantage we're given, we'll make full use of it. But the advantage you're talking about is my face. Are you really not used to this kind of attention, Sasuke? Look, it may be true that at times some women have expressed... Amen, no doubt. All I'm saying is that there's a difference between knowing your strength and powdering up like this. Pretend it's war paint. Is that how you see it? No, but I'm a grown-up. Thank you for entertaining my questions last night, Sasuke. Great face. I love this big smile on her. Did she ask about your dimensions? The subject might have come up. She's a talkative one, isn't she? Sorry if she kept you up all night. No, she's no trouble, just curious. Reminds me of... We discussed history. Oh, well then she must have put you right to sleep. Adonai, it was his choice of subject. So you read history, Sasuke! Here, I assumed you spent all your free time frowning in the corners of rooms with your arms crossed. We talked about the Roman Empire for your information. And criminal empires. Nothing too detailed, I hope. But, Sasuke, I still don't understand. What did you mean when you said criminal organizations used to be structured differently? Only that the old ways don't fit in our new 21st century world. Old ways? Well, he's talking about race, Sarah. Race? I don't understand. Oh, that's to be expected. After all, you share 90% of your components with a washing machine. That is untrue and unflattering comparison. Maybe you do get it. Look, Sarah. Names like Mafia, Goku, Sanhui, they all come from different cultures, but they all refer to a kind of path. An outsider's path, and the pride that comes with living by your own set of rules. Those were the first criminal organizations, underground guilds, lending systems, militias, secret societies. Oh sure, they were just basically big friendly charities. Then the world got smaller and people started moving around and the mafia changed. Became a way for immigrants to band together to have some kind of power in places that wouldn't give them a chance in anything remotely respectable. But the world kept getting smaller and more complex, and eventually that kind of community couldn't form, let alone survive. Why? Not enough shared experiences. Shared experiences, I see. Fancy way of saying the internet came along. Well, yes, technology negates the physical distance between people. When you spend most of your life online, you end up with more in common with people on the other side of the planet than your own neighbors. Just because of where your recommendations take you. So the immigrant experience disappeared. Well, fractured more like, cracked into a million shards of the hammer. While generational or economic experiences got centered. The world is more diverse and varied than it's ever been in every sense. Except economically. Wealth inequality is at historical highs. As it has been every year for, well, since before I was born. So, to answer your question, Sarah, that's what binds the members of a criminal organization to one another. Their socioeconomic status. Hey, considering what we've just learned, that definitely is going to be, that's what the dividing lines are within the organizations. That's why the young bloods and the old guard, it's like they've got money and they don't. It's the money. Sarah, woke android. House Ikaria is at the top. The Blue Bloods lie below us. Within each organization, wealth is concentrated among the leadership, of course, but each mafia exists in entirely different strata. I see. I've also read about an organization called the Rust being active here in the city. Are they in the poverty class then? A Rust, I'd put them in the anarchy class. Glowing tattoos and spiked hair, chrome biceps and sharpened teeth. The Blue Bloods, for all their faults, can put a tie on and go to work, but I can't see the Rust experiencing any kind of social mobility. Careful, Sasuke. The Rust heard you being that classist. The Rust wouldn't care about anything I said or who I stand with. They don't need any excuse to start ripping open modders and grabbing whatever they can. Things like that happen in this city? Only in the shadows, Sarah. Not where you'd ever find yourself. Finally rounded a steam? On to the grim business, then. How'd things go with your investigation? Not bad, was it? Nonsense! That was pretty bad. Well, with what I've seen so far, there's no one else who could have killed Chopin. Even if I managed to pick apart all the evidence for the pod's deaths. They've got a police officer who will swear on the stand that he arrested Sasuke for standing over his partner's dead body. What's it gonna look like in there? Never been inside a courtroom? Well, never as a defendant. Just wondering how many cops I should expect. The gallery is sea of blue. Cheap intimidation tactic. Yeah, but I can't fault them for that. We'd line up just much the same for one of ours. You say that, and yet I don't see any other Ikaria around. This is a completely different scenario. And the house can't afford to appear beside a cop killer when they're being audited by the state. How understanding of you. I don't know. I think Sasuke is sad that his friends haven't shown up. Good catch! You were hired by Makoto of House Ikaria, weren't you, Adonai? Surely he would want to be in attendance. Don't be absurd. Makoto shouldn't be transported anywhere without a full security team. Besides which, he shouldn't be put through the long elevator ride to this 40th floor just for my sake. What's so bad about an elevator ride? Is he claustrophobic? No. That is, yes, but you cannot tell anyone, understand? Who the hell would I tell that to? Right. Look, it's illegal to stream trial proceedings under most circumstances, but I'm sure House Ikaria doesn't mind paying a fine. They'll be watching from somewhere in the courtroom. That would be a waste of the house's coin. But I suppose they might consider keeping an eye on the case's progression. As will the Blue Bloods, no doubt. Don't I? I think Sosuke's spirits have rallied. Really? How can you tell? Hi! He lifted his gaze and his eyes seemed brighter, as if... Good, now try and keep his spirits high. How do I do that? Think of something fun! Right! Sosuke, shall we arm wrestle? Oh. Good morning, Morgan. Good morning, Emma. You seem tired. Want to push this off till next week? Actually, that sounds... Hey! Sorry. I do love how they positioned the halo right above Sarah. They did! Oh my god, they did. I'm gonna have to watch for that now. Yeah, that's very funny. Well, we'll be facing off soon enough. Why not savor the playfulness while we still can? Fair enough. Losing sleep over this case? Not really, no. Things look pretty cut and dry to me. What about you? You toss and turn all night before your big debut as a mob lawyer? Not at all. I slept like a rock. Lucky. I mean, I've been getting more good rest more or less. Just having a lot of late nights recently. Late nights? Like, going out? No. Just late night chats. Chatting about what? God, look at all of them. Never seen so many cops in one building. They'd bring a marching band into the courtroom if they could. Theater. Right. Well, theater and trial weren't all that far apart back in ancient Greece. Would hope we'd progressed since then. Don't approve of the show of force, I take it? Is it that obvious? I'd like to say this is because of who Chopin's family is, but we both know that's not what this is really about. Cop is dead. State wants to make it clear that isn't tolerated. Yeah, she was super jealous. She's like, oh my god, you have a girlfriend. Cops volunteer to defend our laws and protect us citizens. Volunteers don't get paid. Besides, cops, courts, the state, all they can do is enforce the laws, not defend them. Guns and arms can't defend against corrosion anyway. Rot comes from the deep. So you'd rather that than the death of a police officer get the same treatment as any other citizen? Suppose that's not possible. They get increasingly fewer chances to play the victim every year, and they never let the opportunity pass. No, I guess the best I can hope for is that the state makes the same show of force whenever any crime is committed. They treated every death like the death of a cop. Maybe I could have caught HBK by now. You're still on that? Of course. shooting deaths are down, but do you know how many missing persons cases there are in this city? How many deaths get written up as mod harvesting attacks gone wrong? It's a big city, Morgan. More than enough blood running through the streets for HBK to launder their kills in. You shouldn't joke like that. What, you don't believe me? Just last month, missing person. The report was filed by their employer when they didn't show up to work. 7 days after they'd last been seen by anyone. They were just some part-time worker, no close friends, no family. They went to work and they came home, paid their bills, and they disappeared. And no one cared or even noticed until their job didn't get done and those bills went unpaid. No one noticed until they stopped buying in. The body was found a full 2 weeks later. The decay was... what happened to them? Blunt force to the back of the head. Something metallic with a sharp corner, we think. Dramatic cut in saying what the object's name is. It was a roughly cubed machine part I pulled from a dumpster nearby. It fit snugly in my hand and it caved through his skull like a shovel through snow. Kicked into the bay. Might not have even been weighed down. Just thrown away like a cheap... That's terrible. Find any belongings on him? No. Probably a mugging then, right? No, there would have been other injuries from a struggle. And a thief who accidentally committed murder would be too panicked, too terrified to... You know how muggers think now? You can learn how anyone thinks. Even HBK with a robust enough profile. Well, good luck building it all by your lonesome. I'm not working on this by myself. Ah, sorry, right. You want to beg for mercy real quick before we begin? Now where would be the fun in that? Oh, Momo, 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 Momo. What the fuck did you do, girly pop? It's a beautiful August day. Courtroom 69-420. I'm lying on the up here stand. That's the term. Courtroom gallery is quite full today, isn't it? Yeah, watching a sea of pissed off cops. It doesn't exactly shore up one's confidence, does it? 5 counts of murder would be newsworthy any day of the week. Add in the fact that one of the bodies belongs to a cop and a crowd is to be expected. Didn't think they'd be so quiet, though. Maybe they're just waiting for the firing pistol before they start casting their stones. Don't let it get to you, Sasuke. They're just posturing. Posturing, I understand. I've been in attendance for my share of tense negotiations. But the bloodlust in those rooms was always mutual. You don't feel any animosity towards these cops? I'm used to summoning my temper on command. Well, aren't you so fucking cool, dude? Sarah probably thought that was the coolest thing she'd ever heard. I might have forgotten how to get angry for my own sake. You just worry about the jury. I said this wrong. Adjutant? Adjutant? What about the adjutant? They cannot be intimidated by muscle, bribed with cash, or disarmed with fine tailoring. All of which makes them quite favored when it comes to prosecuting organized crime. Have you been in court many times before, then? An eye for an eye in the world we operate in. We don't file assault charges, we just answer them. Though even that has become rare. The house is elevated. Blue bloods and rust and all the rest of the rabble are beyond their reach now. When it comes to our peers, we communicate very differently. Must make being a bodyguard pretty boring. I think your work sounds very exciting and rewarding, Sosuke. Thank you. Especially the other day when you were captured and beaten by your rivals. Yes. What I was trying to hint at, Morgan, is that you should not be expecting assistance from the house. Honestly, the thought hadn't crossed my mind. Being on the winning side for once? What the hell would that even feel like? So there won't be any men in black approaching the jury during lunch and offering them paper bags of cash? No. Well, if we do really bad, we won't even make it to lunch, so... Sosuke, what are you staring at? Are you looking for the jury? No, I know they aren't here. It used to be mandated that juries be physically present for court proceedings. People thought it was important they could look the accused in the eye to help them evaluate their character. Why bother? Most people suck at that, always have. True. Well, perhaps it was considered part of the punishment then, to have to look them in their eyes. Punishment for the jury or for the defendant? Alright, kiddos, chins up, shoulders out. Show's about to start. Ah, I just remembered. Do you think the adjutant assigned to this particular case... Obviously, it's gonna be me. Obviously. I mean, that's a gimme, easy. Of course she's here. Of course she's here. How? Do we have a new 80 profile? Automated dependent adjutant. Likes mountaineer, gymnast, luxury, dislikes happy couples who ask you to take their photo. Pineapple on pizza until proven guilty. What? Shopping carts always return. Fave quote. Let he is without sin play first or draw first. You're so silly. You're so silly. She's so silly. There should be at least 83 other personalities in the building's network. At least! Well, Your Honor, thank you for presiding so honorably. I do try. Because it's a trial. Tougher crowd than usual. And that's not counting all the grim monoliths standing out there in the gallery. Who died? 5 people, Your Honor. Yikes, what's the damage? 2 counts of manslaughter, 2 counts of homicide in the 2nd degree, and 1 count of homicide in the 1st degree. Buddy, you trying to set a gold split with all that? What's with the record-setting grind set? The prosecution stands ready. So, shall we begin? Was that there before? Was that there before? I like that. Now let's crack open those opening statements and get this case summarized. Gladly, Your Honor. People of the court. The defendant in this case is a man named... Why are a bunch of the fucking defendants behind a curtain over here, by the way? The defendant in this case is a man named Sosuke Ikaria. He was found at the scene of the crime where 2 men were shot to death. One was stabbed in the neck, another had their skull bashed in, and a police officer was impaled through the back with a sword. Love-killing piece of shit. Please pardon any outbursts from the gallery that your mics may inadvertently pick up. Now, I understand the scale of violence on the display here today may intimidate you, but I want to stress to all of you that now is not your responsibility here. But I want to stress to all of you now that your responsibility here today is neither taxing nor complex. You will hear testimony, you will be shown evidence, and all of it will point towards the truth. that the defendant is the only individual who could have possibly committed these crimes. That is a simple fact. And the only one you need concern yourself with. Ooh, she's cold as ice! But every ice age beckons a kindling, for as ashes call to cinders and embers form champions. Defense is ready, Your Honor! Emma did stick to cold logic, so I follow her with more of the same and let him falling flat. Gallery will never warm up to us. But that can work to our advantage if the jury comes to see the cops as witch hunters eager to start a pyre. Choose the most outlandish words you can. Oh, fuck yeah. Big fan of wherever this is going. Go for broke. Love it. Not like the masters ever taught me anything. I know how to do the razzle-dazzle. My fellow citizens, you are brought here today because an act of violence took place that could only be described as... Let's go with bloody. Bloody. I should know. I was there. You fucking punk bitch. I love you. I saw the blood on the ground, the bullet holes in the walls. I felt the... malevolence. Felt the malevolence that radiated in the air. And I also saw where my client was held prisoner. And I knew exactly where he must have stood because his sweat and blood had stained the tile. My client, a decorated veteran, the man you see standing next to me here, not even fully healed from his... torture. From his torture. Oh, okay, that was not the most violent word there. Okay, fine. Oh, no, it was. From his torture, was taken into police custody with lacerations, bruises, internal bleeding, broken bones. And while he was in police custody, he somehow sustained a black eye, a busted lip, a broken nose, and a boxed ear. A puzzle which I'm not sure any one of the officers in the gallery today would be happy to testify about. You gonna let her say that? You're going to object during an opening statement? Much is resting on the outcome of this trial. 5 men lie dead in the morgue, one of them a police officer, Tariq. Don't speak his name, you lawnmower bitch! I wish I had Fire Mountain and Kit here, and that way we could do the 3-headed bailiff. Gang him up! Dang her too! This is... Hey, we like to have fun in this courtroom, put on a good show, but that's because we're on this stage. Any more outbursts from the gallery and I'll clear the entire room. You can all watch the rest on your phones or peeking through the keyhole like a bunch of sweaty looky-loos. Counselor, let's wrap this up. Yes, Your Honor. Fact of the matter is, on that night, my client was not in any condition to kill anyone. Not 4 hardened criminals, and certainly not a trained police officer. And nothing about my client's background, his associations, or that of the victims can change that fact. So as you listen to all the evidence in this trial, with fairness and impartiality, as I know you will strive to, I only ask that you focus on the reality of this horrible crime, and not on the fiction that the people try to weave for you. Thank you. Decorated veteran. Tell me, ever earned a single commendation, most push-ups of the day or something? Never mind. I suppose it could have gone much worse. You're too kind. I was trying to be honest. The crowd got agitated, but you maintained a level head and recovered your tempo. Adonai is a master at doing so. I've seen her make comebacks from those nonsensical mistakes before. In martial arts, they call it an ukemi, a graceful fall. That is basically correct. Well, try not to gracefully fall over when you see the first witness on the docket, Sosuke. What do you mean by that? Makoto. Your name and occupation, for the record. You guys see that read? You guys see that read? You guys see that read? Anyway, now I'm going to shit my pants and lose a bunch of points on an obvious question in like 5 minutes, so stick around. How can that be necessary? If some blathering idiot in that courtroom doesn't already know who I am, they don't deserve... I know. Or would you consider, if only for the sake of ceremony? Ceremony. Is important and should be respected. Very well! I'm Makoto Ikaria of House Ikaria. My occupation is that of a student. Try not to look so smug about it when you blatantly lie. Right, of course. In your position with the Ikaria Financial Group? Is not salaried. Must I really declare it here? Hard to imagine why the noble house of Ikaria is getting audited. Sosuke, are you alright? Can he see us? He can see me, Rockford, and the adjutant. Witnesses testifying, don't really need much else. So he's safe. Yes, Sosuke, he's safe, like he was yesterday. Probably sitting right where I left him, or standing on a box. I think the hologram's giving him a boost so he can see over the stand. That's good. The boost to his height? That he's safe at home. I'm sorry that he can't see you, Sosuke. Don't be. After how horribly I've failed him, I'd like you to speak a bit about the events of August 13th. About the last time you saw the defendant, Sosuke Ikaria. I'm here today, not physically, but here nonetheless, as a courtesy. What's poppin', Arms? How you doing? That does not mean I'll flap my gums like some sort of flapping gum puppet. Oh, permission to treat the witness as hostile incoming. Emma Rockford raking a spoiled brat over the coals. Oh, this will almost be worth the price of admission alone. I understand it was a traumatic experience, I'm sure. Anyone of normal upbringing would barely be able to recall a single detail, let alone the day's full events. Normal upbringing? I should probably dismiss you so you can get back to your summer studies. Summer studies? Like some common waif? Waif, that's quite the vocab pull. I didn't know they taught that in State Basic. Oh my god, this is awesome. Oh my god, this is awesome. Emma Zoom called a child and kicked him in the dick. This rules. Basic! Was I mistaken? Listen well, Madam Rockford, as I demonstrate to you exactly how misguided you are by my powers of attention. Please do. Played like a damn fiddle. Why wasn't she mentioned during any of our trial preparations? Oh, we never looked at Murray's profile. Emma Rockford. Occupation assistant district attorney. Likes art museums, amethyst, turn-based RPGs. Dislikes ballrooms, boardrooms, cliques. Favorite quote, flower in the mirror, moon on water. Favorite subject, psychology. Exercises by subject seem to not hear the question. Murray. Occupation representative. Likes sipping alcohol, rubbing alcohol, arachnids. Oh, you're cool. Dislikes sunrises, black tea, photographers. Fave smell, dojo floor. The best at making use of people, the worst at hiding my distaste. These profiles are always so fun. Adonai has only won against her once. So far, every hot streak starts somewhere. Hot streak? Oh, I really am going to prison, aren't I? Where shall I start? As far back as you can. A simple task. For the past year, members of the organization, most commonly referred to as the Blue Blood Mafia, have been making attempts on my life. I'm just gonna go really fast for Makoto. It feels right. I don't know why. Just... Did you steal their lunch money or something? I'm the primary beneficiary of my grandfather, Daisuke Ikuria, as well. In common parlance, I am the sole heir to the Ikuria Financial Group. Oh, you could buy so much lunch. I just like these two together. I just like these two together. The group you know as the Blue Bloods have been jealous of my family's financial foresight for decades. I am merely the most recent target of their impotent attempts to nip at our heels. And 2 days ago on August 13th, how impotent was their attempt then? I was leaving a meeting held on the upper floors of Crane Tower. My security detail escorted me to the elevator, where we would then proceed down to their canopy access floors. This was all planned out in advance by my head of security, Sosuke Ikaria. But the elevator became stuck with unnatural timing. When Sosuke pried the doors open, we saw that we were stuck between the 62nd and 61st floors. Pried open with a tool? Leading the witness, Your Honor. He didn't need a tool to open the doors. His bare hands were more than sufficient. Help Sosuke out here, kid. We submit into evidence the defendant's Akita Type 2 military-grade spinal mod, designed to enhance strength, endurance, and reflexes for high-intensity combat scenarios. Yes, sir, it is so admitted. What happened next? Wait, so do I have it in evidence now? Actually, I don't have it in evidence now. It's admitted, but it's not admitted. The decision was made that we would crawl out onto the 61st floor and head for the service elevators. But once Sosuke and I exited, the elevator started up. It was a trap. We'd been cut off from the rest of my detail. You were isolated and defenseless. That must have been... Ha! Hardly defenseless. You think my personal head of security wouldn't be armed? He had Yoru. We named the sword. Oh, don't tell me. You named your sword? All great swords have names. Thank you, Sarah. Very well put. Yeah, you're no help, kid. That was good. Alright, let's read our description. Oh, wait, this got updated. Bladed weapon found at the scene of the crime impaled into the torso of victim Sharik Chopin. The steel is chipped at several points, especially the tip. Identified by Makoto as Sosuke's personal sword Yoru, taken along with Sosuke down to the lower wards following an ambush on Makoto. Fingerprints on the handle match the right hand of Sosuke Ikuria. No other prints found. Blood residue at various points on the blade matches the DNA of victims Chopin, Miller, and Trey. Another murder weapon. Okay, this hasn't changed either. She is in no fucking position anyway to be like, ooh, you named your sword? Ooh, you dragged your sword across the floor? Girl, come on. Let the record show that the witness has identified Exhibit B3 as belonging to the defendant. This sword was recovered by the police in a known blue blood den in the lower wards. Found impaled into the body of Tariq Chopin. And forensics has shown the only fingerprints on it are those of the defendant. There's still time for you to disown it, Sosuke. You understand nothing about a swordsman's heart, Adonai. Once again, it's your paralegal that has the right of it. Perhaps she should be leading my defense. If this somehow turns into a fencing competition, I'll gladly defer to you two. I love these three together. They're awesome. So you, Sosuke, and Yoru, we're on the 61st floor together. What happened next? When we arrived at the service elevator, Sosuke called them, and when they made a chime... And I didn't clearly see much of what happened next, to tell the truth. Figures emerged from around the corners. They were aiming weapons at me. A red dot showed on my chest. Thank you. That is the strength of the sneeze. Of the air of House Ikaria. These are the boogers of the air of the House Ikaria. Ah! Red dot shown on my chest. And then Sosuke was there, and a needle was sticking out of his arm. Yoru glinted. Sosuke had drawn it in the blink of an eye. Something glanced off it and dropped to the floor. I saw a syringe at my feet. Yoru's sheath was thrust in my arms, pushing me back into the elevator, and I landed on my rear. Well, that's clearly a key piece of testimony. Let's play it back 5 times. What matters is he pushed me back into the elevator with Yoru's sheath. How I landed is irrelevant and should be stricken from all public records. The only other thing I saw was Sosuke's back. He slammed his hand against the elevator's control panel and moved the door shut. That's the last time you saw the defendant? The decisions were made so that I should get on a VTOL as soon as possible. But much of my detail stayed behind to assess what had happened. Yes, they are very helpful to building security and recovering Exhibit 5C, this hypodermic needle gun. Needle gun and projectiles found at Crane Tower where Makoto and Sosuke were ambushed. This model utilizes the same kind of projectile needles recovered from the room where Sosuke was held and interrogated. Fingerprints on the weapon match those of the victim Creek. Awesome. What kind of bonehead would leave evidence like that behind? A bonehead in a rush, perhaps, Your Honor. It does appear to have exhausted its gas canister, so it may have outlived its usefulness. I take it that this weapon is a match for the projectile needles found in the room where my client was restrained? Correct. Others exactly like them were recovered from the scene of the ambush as well. Full update. Awesome. Good to know. Makoto, did you see the faces of the men who attacked you? Ah, all too clearly. I can tell you every detail of their roughshod countenances. Ah, that sounds like a good bit of testimony. Hit it. Needle, Yoru. Pineapple head-like man in a raincoat-clad hooligan came at us first. They aimed at me, but Sosuke got between us and blocked every shot. With Yoru, he could have closed the distance, but then a dark-eyed scoundrel appeared from the right. And a man with a ridiculous pompadour took advantage of that distraction. I'll never forget the faces of those cowards. They tried to kill me. They didn't try to kill you. They didn't try to kill you. Makoto's putting his talents for hyperbole on full display. I'll have to fact-check his description in order to get the ball rolling. No, that's fair. Yeah, the bit was that they were trying to kill him. They weren't, because the darts contain... No, they did aim at him. That's not weird. This is the one that we're gonna call. Yay! I got it, thank God. They couldn't have been trying to kill the witness with non-lethal projectiles. They fired a lot of them. The witness doesn't weigh that much. Emma, that's weak. Don't try it. This attack was clearly planned with the intent of capturing Makoto alive. Meaning what? That 4 of this case's victims were actually soft-hearted pacifists? There's nothing soft-hearted about what they did to my client after capturing him. Using tools they clearly originally planned to use on the witness. Are they sadists? I'm getting confused here. So is the defense, Your Honor. What matters is that the witness has identified the defendant captors as 4 blue blood victims that he's accused of murdering. Makoto did establish that much, but something about his attack still bothers me. Did he name too many people? I feel like he named more people than he should have. I'm gonna put Makoto on the stand specifically to identify the victims. Is it possible the men who attacked them weren't Creek's pod? Yeah, the Pompadour, I don't think that sounded like... Wait, there was somebody, like... One of those names didn't match up. Thinking back at what they said, the dark figure? Wait, no, there was there a... Let's see, so there was Trey... I'm trying to remember the guys. So there was Trey, there was Tank, there was Trey, and there was Tank, and there was, I'm blanking on his name, but the leader, who did have a big hairdo. Was there another one? There was Grease. I think he named 5 people, though. That's 4. I think he named 5, because he was like, 2 came at me, and then there was another guy, and then there was a mystery guy, and then Pompadour got me. Like, that was like 2, 111 that he named. That didn't match up. We'll find out if I counted wrong or not. I'm gonna go for it. They were attacked by some other party. The witnesses' descriptions are vague. How do we know these attackers were the same 4 victims that ended up in the lower wards many hours later? We know because I say so, and it's obvious, and they are. Eloquently put. Hardly, but what else is there to say? Damn, okay, that wasn't. I miscounted. Just doing my part in checking the witnesses' statements, Your Honor. Oh well, what are we at for money? Okay, we're still pretty high. You're doing it badly! Fine, yes, the man who attacked Makoto and took Sosuke's captive are the same ones who ended up dead that night. But 2 questions do occur to me. Why were you safe on that service elevator? Sasuke surely collapsed the very moment it shut. Wouldn't these men have pursued you by any means necessary? That is... I can answer that, Your Honor. When the police inspected the scene, they found that the control panel for calling the elevator on the 61st floor was broken. Smashed. In fact, the attackers have had to manually pry open the doors to even attempt to chase after Makoto. And that would take remarkable, modded strength. Did you mash the button that forcefully, Sasuke? I may have used more force than necessary. I wasn't exactly trying to hold myself back at the time. He hit the controls hard enough to break them? So the Blue Bloods couldn't pursue you further, and instead elected to take Sasuke captive. Sasuke in the hand is better than a Makoto in the bush. Thank you, 80. The head of Makoto's security would surely have made for an invaluable source of information for planning for future attacks. Were he made to talk. Are you denying that? No, but I would like to ask the witness one other question. Why'd you get off the elevator in the first place? What are you... Hey, what I mentioned in the lobby earlier, that's... The mic's not be picking up on you from where I'm standing. I can't help but overhear him. The mic's not be picking up on it for you, but from where I'm standing, I can't help but overhear my client groaning about how badly he failed you. That's not evidence or testimony and should be stricken from the record. But we get the idea. So was bailing out early the defendant's big brain idea? As head of my personal security detail, such a decision is ultimately his to make. Hi, machine. Hello. Welcome to the gaming hole where we are fucking gaming. Singing you a song about gaming. What's up? Let me shut you out. What are you doing? We're grilling an annoying child. We're grilling an annoying child. What is up in your world? What are you doing? Oh, you're doing XIV. I didn't realize Final Fantasy XI is still going. Like, holy moly. However, that decision may have been influenced by his knowledge of the fact that I am not especially comfortable in closed spaces. What the hell are you doing? Are you trying to humiliate him? In part. I'm also trying to insult you. Had we simply waited, we would have remained safe, but I was not comfortable and felt very warm. So it was not a tactical failure on Sasuke's part, per se. Just an error of judgment. Counselor Morgan! What's up? You can disconnect the call. Ask me another question. Ask me about how bravely Sasuke defended me. Huh, so that's your angle? We can't all be as naturally gifted at extracting valuable testimony of spoiled brats as Emma. Insulting your client for fun and profit and other legal tactics. But I can follow her example, insult their pride, and these Ikaris snap back, reliable as any knee-jerk reaction. In Makoto's pace with infinitely less resistance, they have simply asked him to testify. It's usually the lawyers who do the asking and the witnesses who do the answering. This is not very realistic. We asked that the witness testify in the court, for the court, for more detail about exactly how valiantly Sasuke fought off the attackers. And I guess the people don't object, even though it seems super extra. No, the people don't object, Your Honor. I'm just playing passively. Either I'm onto something or I'm walking into a trap. Screw it, all in on the former. Needle guns. Sasuke's medical records. Wait, what was the deal with Sasuke's medical records? Apprehended at the scene of the crime and placed in a medical transport. Injuries noted at the time, blood from various sources, numerous broken bones, slight laceration from the left hand, internal bleeding, bruising and rope burns on both wrists as if bound. Numerous bruises on the interior front side of the body, others blood across the top of his feet and pant legs. Largest wound found in the crown of the skull, back of the head near the top. At the time of booking, numerous additional injuries were noted. When or where these additional injuries were sustained is not noted. Okay. Just worth remembering. Needles. Okay, that they have the sedative and the truth serum in them. Alright, let's see if I piss this down my leg. Sasuke was outnumbered from the beginning and was protecting me the whole time. Not unreasonable. Didn't matter that we were ambushed or that the Blue Bloods had projectiles. Sasuke took up Yoru in both hands and swatted their needles out of the air like a graceful swatter. He fought off 4 attackers without sustaining a single injury. Well, that's not true. Mock him if you dare for being captured. That's not a failure, not by any general's definition of the word. Hearing Makoto describe Sasuke's heroism, it's almost more impressive the second time. Well, he definitely fought without a care for himself, and there's evidence to show it. Hold on, I got this. Come on. It's not the swatting of the projectiles. Wanna bet? Got her! There we go! Oh, that's so satisfying. Unscathed is the last thing anyone called my client after the events of that day. Well, and look at his medical data from where he was arrested, we'll tell you that much. But what are you getting at, counselor? The defendant's injuries were sustained at the Blue Blood's den, not a Crane Tower. The police didn't find even one drop of blood even near that service elevator. Well, that is a miracle, a bloodless ambush. But the fact that no blood was found makes it all the more painfully obvious what actually happened to that elevator panel. The elevator panel? Ugh. My client broke half the bones in his left hand, smashing it up. Did you really? I might have. There was a lot of adrenaline at the time. Did you not form a proper fist? Was your wrist in alignment with your forearm? As I said, Sarah, there was a lot of adrenaline. Do you deny that his medical record clearly shows his left hand was broken? Your Honor, what does it matter that the defendant broke his left hand closing that elevator? It changes nothing about the witness's testimony. I'm sorry that I keep getting the name wrong. It keeps is it like a... That O keeps drifting up into an A, yeah. Let's see, wait, let me look at the log one. I was making him for breaking his arm, yeah. Okay, let's see, wait, let me look at the log really quick on this one, let's see. Do you deny that his medical record clearly shows his left hand was broken? Your Honor, does it matter that the defendant broke his left hand closing the elevator? It changes nothing about the witness's testimony. I'm going to stay on this one. I don't think it changes the witness's testimony. I don't think it changes the witness's testimony necessarily. Would make it harder to swing a sword, though. Would make it harder to swing a sword, though. Maybe I do want to push. Yeah, because if he broke his hand, he would have a hard time swinging a sword. And if he had a hard time swinging a sword, how the hell is he going to kill people at the house? Yeah, okay, so I'm going to push for testimony's been contradicted. Maybe I'll get hit, but that's fine. Of course it does. How so? Nope, that was wrong. That was wrong. Oh well. Try to think before he speak counts with adjutant has enough trouble following along as it is. Well, it may be true that this wrinkle doesn't... You could get into lefty-righty there. Maybe true this wrinkle doesn't change the witness's testimony, but it does change the nature of the evidence you had him identify for the court. Okay, I was kind of barking up the... I was in the right forest, but it was not the right tree. Oh well. The katana? Yoril! Yoril. Its name is Yoril. We get it. You have a point to make, counselor? Testimony from Makoto about how he and Sosuke were ambushed at Crane Tower. He identified Creek's pods as the four men who attacked them and said Sosuke defended by wielding the katana Yoro with both hands. Okay, this is what I thought! This is what I thought! With both hands. Makoto claims that Sosuke pushed him into the elevator with Yoru Yoru's sheath before violently mashing the panel with his left hand to close the elevator doors. Did you have a point to make, counselor? There's something odd about the katana that's been entered into evidence. Something that makes no sense given what we've learned about the outcome of this ambush. Namely, the swords. Can I look at the information about the sword again? Tell me, there's the sword. Fingerprints in the handle match the right hand. Not both hands. Does not match both hands. Does not match both hands. About the prints. Namely, the fingerprints that were found on the sword's handle. Fingerprints belonging to Sosuke's right hand. You're contradicting yourself, counselor. We've already discussed how it was your client's left hand that he broke closing off the elevator. There's nothing contradictory about him using his right arm to wield that blade. It can be like this because Sasuke has two left hands. The people are correct. The sword found at the scene of the crime has my client's right hand fingerprints on its handle. Despite the fact that this witness just testified that Sasuke was swinging it with both hands. Like a graceful swatter, specifically. Oh, yeah, he did say that. So did the little tag misremember. It was a chaotic situation where he feared for his life. The court should hardly expect him to have kept track of such an inconsequential detail. Have you already forgotten my magnanimous powers of recollection? Oh, her tactics from earlier backfired. I'll have you know that I can recite all my subordinates' birthdays down to the hour. Write them all down so I can calculate their moon signs later. Oh my god, she would be a crystal woo-woo. Can we talk about how funny and awesome an idea it would be for a robot to be like a crystal woo-woo girl? I love that. Doesn't matter whether the witness is mistaken about Sasuke's grip, Your Honor, because we have a much bigger issue to address. Why this sword has only my client's fingerprints on it. Oh my god, Morgan! Be fucking careful! Mikado testifies that Sasuke wielded this katana in his defense. An act of bravery that ended with my client face down on the floor of Crane Tower. He later woke up held captive in the lower wards. I'll state the obvious here and say while he was unconscious, he was moved. And so the sword we have in the record must also have been handled by Creek. Yeah, Creek would have had to have had it. Oh, right, I have to, hold on, that's right, to get to gamble. You guys want to know something funny? Does anybody know a word for gambling that isn't gambling? It would have been really funny if you could say Morgan here. You should have been able to say Morgan here. But anyway, my maybe luck. Anyway, you ever done corporate training like on the computer where you have to like do slideshows and then like learn things and then answer information about it? My day job includes building stuff like that. I have a prototype that ditches like a traditional, oh, you must get 60% or better to pass quiz at the end. And makes you do of the devil scoring the whole way through. And what I want to do is, including the vetting, and what I want to do is have it be like, okay, organization-wide, top 10 people are getting like a $100 Amazon gift card for this required training. See if these people will push their scores. It'll get them to pay attention. I just can't call it of the devil gambling when I pitch it. Anyway, we're doing a max. Our poor victim, Creek, of course. Boy, they spent more money on the effects here, too. What do you mean? Sosuke was knocked unconscious at Crane Tower. I'll just call it Sarah scoring. That means that someone else must have brought his sword down to the lower wards, and the only people who had the opportunity to do so would have been his captors. You mean his victims? Withdrawn. To retract a comment. Search results, withdraw, come a lawyer. Either voluntarily or in response to an objection sustained by a judge, attorney may withdraw their comments. Officially, juries are disregarded and comments have been withdrawn and should not be taken into consideration. Cute. Gotcha. The defense is forgetting a fairly simple fact, Your Honor. There's more than one way to hold a sword. Yeah, but we don't have the sheath! Oh, worm? 80, shut up. In case the defense needs it clarified, Krieg could have simply held the sword by its scabbard. No, they could not have. No, they could not have. This is an easy one. No, they could not have. That's not possible, Your Honor. Makoto has already testified that Sosuke left the sword scabbard with him when he thrust him back into the elevator. Your sheath was thrust into my arms, pushing me back into the elevator. I landed on my rear. I see, and since a cursed sword can't be resheathed until it's tasted blood, I love her. Yes, Your Honor, very well said. We would have found the scabbard at the Blue Blood's den if Krieg or his men had taken it with them. Instead, I imagine Makoto took it home. You think he took key evidence from his own assault and kept it from the police? Of course I did! I love this idiot. As if I would trust officers of the law to properly handle a family heirloom as precious as Yoru's sheath. Impressive insight, Adonai. But what does this actually mean? Is there some mistake with how the evidence was handled? There's no mistakes here. This was all done with intention. The intention to frame my client. By putting his fingerprints onto that sword after the real culprit had already handled it. What a load of bullshit! And the crowd goes wild. Though it does make a certain kind of sense. Because the truth, I did wipe that katana's handle down after removing it from Trey's throat. Sasuke just happened to be foolish enough to pick it up himself afterwards. It's frustrating having to keep all my best cards up my sleeve this time around. Oh, but the look on Emma's face when I do get to toss them out is... The people are more than ready to counter, if it pleases the court. Oh. The defense has made an admirable effort to barrel ahead with this theory. Are we in the fucking settings menu for a Castlevania game? This is one of the songs they bought, isn't it? This is one of the songs that they paid for, isn't it, right? The volume went up, which tells me, hey bitches, we paid for this. Admirable but predictable, with a foundation, this week, charging ahead and hoping the court won't notice is the only option. Let us speak of the facts. This Krieg character led a targeted ambush on the house of Ikaria, knowing he'd be guarded by a full security team. The Blue Bloods successfully sabotaged and intercepted Makoto's elevator at the precise floor they wanted, meaning they knew exactly where he'd be and when. And they brought with them drugs capable of disabling a veteran with military-grade mods. Planning and attention to detail may be foreign concepts to the defense, but they should at least be able to recognize them. So is the defense seriously suggesting that after all that preparation, Krieg's pod wouldn't bother to wear gloves? I'm glad you asked so nicely. There's prints on the gun. 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 We don't need to speculate about whether they wore gloves or not, when we have Krieg's fingerprints on a weapon recovered from the crime scene. That is a pretty good point, actually. Guess these guys were sloppier than we thought. Those blackguards were barefaced when they attacked us. Idiots. As if there wouldn't be repercussions for their actions. At least they could have done to disguise themselves. Strike that from the record, Your Honor. Along with any future comments that suggest the Korea would want revenge against these victims. I was only speaking a plain truth. Creek was their leader, correct? If even Creek wasn't wearing gloves, it's hard to imagine that none of them got their prints onto Yoru. Unless the sword was indeed wiped down at some point afterwards. Yeah. Like right around the time the true culprit was looking for Sasuke to take the fall. That's a spicy theory. It's just that, Your Honor, a theory. A far-fetched, unstable theory that stacks presuppositions, I love that word, on top of each other like a flapjack chef substituting quantity for quality. What the hell was that? What the hell was that noise? Did somebody leave the oven on? What the hell was that noise? I'll rephrase. This inconsistency is easily answered without jumping through the defense's absurdly arranged hoops. It's a little better. We already know that the Blue Bloods had successfully taken down the Korea's head of security. And we already know that they went out of their way to take the defendant captive despite him not being their original target. Furthermore, as the defense is belabored, we know that they decided to take a useless piece of steel with them from the scene of their crime. Useless? If we ask why, the answer's obvious, because orcas are superstitious and immature. They wanted a trophy, and what is there to do with a trophy? Other than polish it. That's why you marked the cloth. Oh, the cloth from Creek's desk. I knew she flagged in the arcs for some reason, but she thought this many steps ahead? The defense is correct. The sword was wiped down before Sasuke took it up as his murder weapon. By the very same victims he'd go on to claim with it. That is a completely logical explanation. Damn it. Oh, I didn't get to fight that one. That's awesome. How do we respond to that, Adonai? We don't. I can't. It makes perfect sense. So, does that mean she's described it actually happened? Not at all. I wiped the sword off myself because my prints were on it. Same as I wiped my prints off every other. Right. I can't find fault with Emma's conclusion. I need to find fault with the logic that led her there. See. And how do you do that? By adjusting my aim. As the people say, Your Honor, no one's fingerprints but my client's are on the murder weapon. That only makes sense if he's guilty or being framed. And there's no evidence to suggest that he's being framed because his captors had valid reasons for wiping off the sword. That's true, they did have good reason to wipe off the sword. But that's not the murder weapon I'm referring to. Wait, hold on, let me think about this. Wait, let me look at the log again here really quick. They did have a good reason to wipe off the sword, but that's not the murder weapon I'm referring to. Let's see. Oh, the gun. The gun. The gun should have a shitload of fingerprints on it because it belongs to Tank. And it's his gun that he legally owns that only got jailbroken like last week. So of course his prints should be all over it because he handles it all the time because it's his gun. It's the gun. Yeah, hold on. It's the gun. Putting the gun down. Oh, I like that I have to do it on the other spot. That's cute. This gun is the murder weapon I'm referring to. What? The police are confident that this Magus gun is the gun that was used to kill Tanks in Creek. And your client was arrested with it on his person. It has your client's prints on it. But it was owned by Tanks. The record shows that Sasuke's prints are the only fingerprints on that doohickey. So that means this Tanks guy had never laid a finger on his own gun? It's entirely possible that Tanks simply like to polish his gun too. Phrasing. So he was polishing it right up until the moment his captor grabbed it and used it against him? More phrasing. Was it before or after his internal bleeding that my client took the gun off Tanks without him even laying a finger on it first? Before or after being tortured that he got the gun with no struggle? They could have wrestled over the gun while it was out of reach. Tanks had no injuries beside the hole in his chest. How did he get into a struggle and not so much as get a scratch? The likelihood of that scenario would seem to come down to the order in which each individual died, no? Yes, Your Honor. Then perhaps we ought to hear some more detailed testimony about that. Of course. The defense has no more questions for this witness, Your Honor. We don't object. Hold on, what are you saying? Okie dokie then, closing the connection. I said wait, it's Sasuke! Makoto seemed to be in good spirits, wouldn't you say? Yeah, he was his usual irreproachable self. So how can you find something about that to be depressed over? A shame that he testified at all. His appearance here runs the risk of sullying the House's visage with my mistakes. Well, he couldn't exactly slip the subpoena by claiming he had homework to do. You, of all people, should understand that the House doesn't have to appear in court if it truly doesn't want to. A fine levied on your accounts is always preferable to a smudge standing reputation. But he did testify. Yes, and he no doubt went directly against one or more family elders to do so. He should not be incurring debts for my sake. So he put himself as a disadvantage for you. You think Makoto would want you to apologize? Or do you think he'd want you to thank him? He's young. He doesn't know what he wants yet. Yay! She's here. Yumi Sada, medical examiner. Yumi. Sarah! Dr. Sada, we're very grateful for your work sorting through the large number of reports related to this case. Oof, yeah, 5 bodies, all high priority. Had my head underwater for a good while there. We'd prefer not to tax you with repeating every grisly detail, but if you could you please walk the court through the time of death for each victim and the manner in which they were determined? Right. From the top. Inkertan, aka Tanks, had a mishmash of street legal and chop shop mods along his forearms. None of them were particularly up to date, but they're all working and they did monitor his heart rate. Tanks' heart stopped at 9:44 p.m. Cause of death was... Slug had a hollow design intended to shatter inside the target. There's no mistaking that he was killed with his own gun, Mag US, from a distance of 1 to 2 meters. Does this have any information? Recovered metadata mods indicates a time of death at 9:44 p.m. Okay, cool. Next up is Sungmin Trey Trench. He also had relatively low-end mods installed, and they show his heart stopping at 9:45 p.m. He died from exsanguination, blood loss resulting from a laceration across his neck by a sharp metal blade. That wasn't the only injury his body sustained, though, was it? No, it was not. Posthumously, his skull was... bonk. No, I think that's completely made up. I'm not familiar of any real-life analog there. Subject skull, Okay, none of this is particularly new. We knew this. Heavens Miller smiles, received a puncture wound straight through his jugular vein. When the blade was withdrawn, exacerbating blood loss, then the blade was withdrawn, exacerbating blood loss, and he was likely unconscious within seconds of falling to the ground. Miller had mods, but had evidently gone to great lengths to remove all monitoring tech from them. And he was not found with any electronics on his person. Using purely medical means, I narrowed his time of death down to a window of 10 minutes between 9:40 and 9:50 p.m. Even though I killed him third and he was the second to die. Even though I killed him third and he was the second to die. I get it. It's sort of a funny phrasing, but it's more like even though I, hit him first, That fact brings us to Creek. Yes. Like Tanks, I really enjoyed that Lakers has entered the lexicon as a name. Like Tanks, Lakers Creek Christophus was shot once with a hollow slug from a distance of 1 to 2 meters. However, the slug penetrated just beneath their solar plexus and failed to completely shatter when it impacted a low-end spinal brace mod. As a result, Creek didn't die immediately. It's all about the Mets, baby. It's about the Mets. We love the Mets, baby. My medical opinion that Creek would have slowly bled out over the course of about 5 minutes. Their mod did not have biomonitoring capabilities. So, like with Miller, I've done what I can to narrow down the time of death to a 10-minute window between 9:40 and 9:50 p.m. So he was barely modded and he stayed conscious that whole time anyway? But we do have one other context clue to work with. This data pad was found very close to Creek's body, and the technicians confirmed that it requires Creek's fingerprints for most functions. That means it's unlikely that anyone else would be able to manipulate it. And we found that the last action taken on it was an attempted dark card transaction that failed at 9:44 p.m. What could cause a dark card transaction to fail? Either they hit cancel or the card itself was jostled, interrupting the scan. As if the datapad was suddenly dropped. Speculation? How much qualification was needed to understand that card readers can be finicky, Your Honor? True enough, chip, swipe, pin, tap. Just let me buy the damn balloon animal, you clown. So, taking that digital evidence into account. Creek must have been shot almost at the exact same time as Tanks. Thank you. There's one more body you examined for this case, yes? Officer Tariq Chopin. I didn't need to determine his time of death. As a patrol officer, he had a standard suite of police-issued biomonitors. So we know that Officer Chopin's heart stopped at 10:14:04 p.m. That's a good while later. The amazing digital evidence that's beautiful. Triggering an automatic 10999 alert. Officer down. Lighting up that crime scene like a firecracker, ensuring every cop in the city would come running royally pissed and safety's off. Chopin was impaled through his back by a long, thin blade. It severed his aorta, and as a result, he died instantly. Inside, standard issue for police department externally mounted biomonitor reported cardiac activity cessation at 10:14 p.m. Wound shows unusual pattern of aggravation as if the blade was jostled within the wound cavity post-mortem. Yeah, it's because he got stabbed with it. And then a few minutes later, Sasuke tried to take his sword out while he was still tripping balls. To summarize, then, we can conclude that Tank's gun was taken from him before 9:44 p.m. He and Creek were then shot with it. Their attacker, out of ammunition, took up a sword and stabbed Miller in the throat before slicing into Trey's neck. This individual then proceeded to posthumously crush Trey's skull by striking it so hard that they shattered a baseball bat, as Creek bled to death on the other side of the room. Finally, when Officer Chopin entered the scene, they stabbed him in the back, before finally being apprehended by Officer Rogers. Looks all correct as far as we understand it. So now Rockford's put together a timeline. Probably helpful for the jury putting it all in chronological order. But have we actually learned anything new about the culprit's actions? We have! Emma brought her on the stand to establish the culprits. The starting time. She wanted to establish the starting time of all the murders. Wasn't that pretty obvious from just the one autopsy? Tanks died first as mods confirmed it. Well, yes, but the fact that Tanks and Creek died first, combined with where their shooter stood, tells us in what part of the room the culprit must have started their killing spree. Correct, because Creek and Tanks died first, and they are both shot from within 1 to 2 meters. We know that the culprit must have taken action starting right by the desk, and not by the door to the holding room. Indeed. So the likelihood that my client broke out from there is not very high at all. Yes? An abundance of DNA evidence establishes that the defendant was indeed held in the other room. But clearly he didn't remain there. His captors must have taken him out to question him in the main room. And dragged him in front of the desk where Tank's gun would be within reach. You're the one who's reaching. You have evidence to the contrary? Better explanation for how he got out of where he was being held? Can't exactly propose that the real killer shouldn't free as a scapegoat. The forensics are clear. My client was gagged and bound in that room. But clearly they had to cut him loose to question him. A mistake that ended up costing them their lives. Do you think that's true, Sosuke? I'm not positive, of course. But my body is telling me that I was held in that room from the time I woke up until I got myself free. Emma's theory about the Blue Bloods being dumb enough to let Sosuke near a gun isn't perfect. But it's still a theory. I don't have jack shit to counter with because not even Sasuke knows how I let him out. If the defense has no objections, well, then they'll just have to take this L and meekly move on to their cross-examination. I don't know, that made you sound very feeble. You've developed a habit of only using we when I'm winning. Fix it. That made us sound very feeble? Why do I have to get roped in? Emma's already established a timeline and order of events. I could pick at the details, but she's close enough to the truth already. I know the truth firsthand about every death except Chopin. In his case, Emma and I are on even footing. So what's my advantage? What do I know that everyone else is mistaken about? The missing knife. I don't know that I want to go on the missing knife, though, because... No, everyone knows COD. Timing is pretty good. How are you gonna... The timing checked out. The COD is checked out. This is the insane one. Yeah, it is true that I know about it. Right, the murder weapons. Everyone thinks Miller was stabbed in the neck by the katana. I'm the only one who knows my knife was there. There's gotta be a way I can use that information to my advantage here, without revealing that I have it or how I got it. Walking a razor's edge here. At least it's thematically appropriate. The defense is ready to begin our cross-examination, Your Honor. Oh, we're doing jackpot. Dr. Sato, you were asked to examine all 5 bodies. Did you visit the crime scene? I did not, have not. Photos and other ARCS data were provided to me to aid in my examination. Surely the defense isn't objecting to a little virtual work? Of course not. After all, had anything been added for removed from the crime scene, the ARCS would show it. There's no fooling it once it's been set up. Let's talk about blade wounds. Victims Trey and Miller are both attacked by a blade. Exactly how fast did they die? Trey had his throat slashed and blood found in his hand suggests he had time to reach up to his neck in response. But he would have quickly stumbled back and collapsed onto the floor, dead. Miller wouldn't have lost much blood at the moment his neck was punctured. For that kind of wound, the weapon acts as a stopper. But once that stopper was removed, he would have lost consciousness in mere seconds. And while that blade was still in his neck, if it was there for more than a second, he too would have reflexively reached up, presumably, to try and grab the blade. We should see lacerations on his hands if he tried to grab a blade that's a katana. I want to press this. Because, you know, if it's a knife, I'm so happy that I have the 3D tracking. Guys, buy a fucking Leap Motion. This is so fun. The first time that Ruby was, like, over, like, my house, like when we first, like, met in real life, she spent, like, an hour just on the computer going, with my model fired up. But, anyway, the knife, if it's a knife, you would grab it by the handle and try and pull it out. If it's a long sword, you're gonna go right, you're gonna cut your hand. I'm gonna press, yeah. Is there any evidence that he tried to grab the razor-sharp katana lodged in his neck? He had his own blood on his right hand, but there were no cuts on it, as he grabbed the knife's handle, not the sword's edge. So it stands to reason that the blade was withdrawn very quickly. By the time his hands reached up to his neck, it must have been gone. One of many small inconsistencies with this katana theory I can shine a light on. Will that be enough? Let's pick at it a little bit. Cross your fingers, kids. Stabbing Miller's neck so precisely and so fast. That would be quite the feat of swordsmanship. Oh no, I'm gonna lose this one. Stating a conclusion, Your Honor. Comments withdrawn, quick as a blade. Have you ever seen a stab wound like the one that killed Miller, inflicted by a long blade? And wielded in one hand by a man experiencing heavy blood loss? No, I can't say that I have. Now, whether that maneuver is impressive or improbable, well, I'm a doctor, not a fencer. And so sick he doesn't own a rapier. I think this is it. I think this is it. Does the katana fit the puncture wound? Press. Did you find that the stab wound on Miller's neck fit the sword that the police recovered? Approximately. That doesn't sound conclusive. The entry wound is slightly smaller than I would expect for such a precise stab. The sword hand must have barely trembled, but it's within tolerable ranges. Furthermore, DNA on the tip of the sword is a match for Miller. Ah, damn it, just because I happen to have it drag it across where his blood had dripped. And of course, there isn't any other implement at the scene that fits the wound better. No, of course there isn't. So this is the adventure that we went down. All right, let's pick at Chopin's cause of death, because we went down this whole path. Let's go down Chopin's cause of death. Could you speak more about the manner of Chopin's death? Well, to reiterate, his body was found with the katana stuck through his back. It had punctured his heart, killing him. There was massive blood loss at the scene. He died via edging. He did not die via edging. At least in part because the wound in question was agitated, I suppose I'd say. What does agitated mean? What do you mean by agitated? Honestly, as though after impalement, the blade was moved around inside the wound, as if it had become stuck and someone was struggling to remove it. This is why we're done. The one kill could have only been done by a precise, expert hit, and the other hit was clumsy and sloppy. How did the same guy do it? London mentioned that Sato found this wound odd, but to hear her specifically say that the blade had become stuck. Emma uses the chess motif and Morgan last chapter hates chess. I forgot that. That's funny. That's interesting. Thank you, Dr. Sato. I think I could speak for all of us when I say I found that very enlightening. Dr. Sato, you just testified that Officer Chopin was impaled from behind. Did this occur on the spot where his body was found? Oh, did you hear Bean meowing? That's funny. She was begging for food. Yes, it did. The body shows no signs of being moved. I'm curious then. What was there for the sword to get stuck on? Huh? Well, if Chopin was in the center of the room, standing upright, I mean, it wouldn't have gotten caught in the air, right? Bone, perhaps? No, I think I was tripping out. I was tripping out there for a moment. Sorry. Listen, I've had a long week, so I'm sorry if I zoned out for a second. We're probably gonna wrap after we get through the dun 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 here, but we're gonna get to the end of this arc. Holy moly. Surely you examined the wound inside and out. Did you see marks on his ribcage where the blade had caught? No, I didn't. Then it stands to reason that the blade didn't get caught on anything inside Mr. Chopin. It got caught on the floor. Pardon? You need to take greater advantage of the arcs, Counselor Morgan. Learn to flip things on their head. Entire rooms, if need be. If you had, you'd see there's clear indentation in the floor that lines up perfectly with Mr. Chopin's wound. That means he got stabbed when he was on the ground. How'd you think the tip of the sword got chipped? You're saying the sword got stuck in the floor. That's what the facts are saying. Do you disagree? The sword got stuck in... No, okay. I want to stay here. I want to stay here because the point of contention isn't whether or not the sword got stuck in the floor. The sword got stuck in the floor. Here's what happened. I think I got what happened. And it explains the missing knife. It explains the missing knife. Here's my theory. Let's see if this is how this pans out. Whatever went down between Chopin and somebody else, because clearly there had to have been somebody else, the other party stabbed Chopin. And they used the knife at the scene to do it. They took the knife with them and left the katana in the wound. Chopin got stabbed with the knife when he was standing, but he got stabbed with the sword when he was lying on the ground. Because in order to dent the floor, you would have to be swinging the weapon. And why would you swing a weapon into a guy who is already on the floor? If he's on the floor, that means he's already down. I'm staying here. I don't necessarily disagree, no. If Chopin was impaled, then fell face first, makes perfect sense for the sword to get caught on the floor as he collapsed on top of it. So we can conclude that after being impaled, Chopin fell over with the sword still in his torso, driving the sword into the ground. Then his attacker aggravated the wound by trying to retrieve the sword from his corpse. Does that sound right? What? Oh, are you asking me? Sort of asking the room, I guess. Well, I believe I can answer. What you're describing makes sense, Dr. Sato, but only up until we consider again the fingerprints on the sword handle. If my client really did impale Tariq Chopin and get his sword stuck doing so, why would he try to retrieve it with only one hand? Because he had to retrieve it with only one hand. You yourself already elucidated that the defendant's left hand was broken when he destroyed the elevator panel in Crane Tower. His left hand was too damaged for him to even grip a sword? That doesn't square with this piece of evidence. Wait, hold on. Let me double check the log there on which hand we were talking about. His left hand was too damaged for him to even grip a sword. He gripped the gun with his left hand. Only Princess Sosuke's left hand. It's this gun. It's this gun. It's this gun. Okay. Max, baby! The Magus? How could my client's left hand be too damaged to grip his sword, and yet also capable of gripping the Magus? That oddity is hardly impossible to explain. We've already determined that the Magus was fired twice before the sword was used at all. Firing such a weapon with a broken hand surely rendered his left useless. It is difficult to wield a sword with a damaged hand, isn't it, Sasuke? Historically, even the loss of a pinky on your non-dominant hand was enough to render you relatively defenseless. Is that why a Yakuza would offer to cut off fingers as recompense for offenses? That's right, Sarah. In fact, cut the chatter and save the history lesson. He had to pull the sword with his one hand because his left was useless? Looking at all the forensics pulled from the katana, that's... Your Honor, the people claim that my client had to use one hand to retrieve this sword because his other hand was disabled. But does the evidence actually suggest that? What do you mean? Forensics performed on the katana found my client's right-hand fingerprints on the handle. Sarah and Sasuke wish they were in an educational game together. They do. They are in the wrong genre. But what grip are the prints a match for? Let me just give it a quick think here as I meticulously analyze the position of each finger. Normal grip. The grip is normal. Do you mean to say that the thumb is facing towards the blade, Your Honor? Well, yeah, but isn't it easier to say he held it like normal? If my client only held the sword with his right hand normally, Your Honor, that would mean he held the handle like that even as he tried to jostle the blade free from the floor it was impaled in. Which is far from impossible. But if, Your Honor, the court has questions about exactly how the defendant was positioned when he was found standing over Officer Shoban's corpse, I believe the people's next witness will be able to answer all of them. That can mean it's only finally time to face off with the arresting officer. Shoban's partner. Very well. Let us summon to the stand. Full name not found. What? What? Is that a family or given name? What? Yeah, I got one big old error right here, and it's a classic. Witness not found. Literally. He ain't here. What? He's had hours to get here. What the hell could he possibly be? For star witness is a no-show? Is this good news or bad news? Oh, like hitting jackpot on the world's sketchiest slot machine. Feels good, but you get the feeling the staff is gonna make you pay for it. Idiotic. Pay for it when? Shit myself. Right about now. Perhaps it's for the best then, Your Honor. We can save the court the trouble by wrapping things up here and now. The facts are simple and the defense has failed to refute them. Thus the people call for summary judgment. Already? The defendant is the only one with his prints on the gun. He's the only one with his prints on the katana. His own employer testified to the court that he was attacked and captured by 4 of the 5 victims. He was found and arrested standing over the body of a dead cop before 2 more officers arrived and secured the scene. Well, that must be Reyes in London she's referring to. As the only living person left at the scene of the crime, there was no one else who could have committed these murders. She's on a tear, and I'd be lying if she said she wasn't entertaining. But it's only because she's on tilt. She was thrown off by her witness flaking, and it's caused her to overstep. She just fired a lot of claims in quick succession. Which is the weakest one? Where do I counterattack? No, not the murder weapons, not the DNA evidence. Let's see, as the only living person left at the scene of the crime, there was no one else who could have committed these murders. It was a long fucking time, though. I think where to go for is that long-ass time gap, if I can. Going after police testimony would be a nightmare, and they're not even here. DNA, no. Murder, no. I'm gonna go after only suspect. That was a long fucking time. Okay, I'm picking it. I'm doing it. She just claimed that Sosuke is the only one who could have committed these murders. She can't possibly prove that. She can't prove there was anyone else there that night because I actually was. And unlike her, I can prove the possibility of another party being present without having to reveal their identity. The people are mistaken, Your Honor. My client wasn't the only person there that night. And there's evidence to show it. Let's see, the cloth? No. It's the dark, I think it's gonna be the dark card. Let's see, it's the dark card. Only known to rich and criminals. These guys are criminals. These guys are criminals, but they should not be fucking around with dark card stuff. What's that? The dark card found lodged in Creek's datapad? That's right. The perfect payment option when neither you nor the business you frequent like attaching names to faces. We've already discussed that in moments of Creek's death, a transaction was being attempted on his datapad. A transaction made using this dark card. But whatever for? Perhaps some of the handful of illicit substances that were found at the scene of the crime. Oh crap, yeah, I almost forgot. These guys were drug dealers. And drug dealers get customers, Your Honor. Customers that can be very temperamental when things go south. Are you trying to suggest these killings were the result of a drug deal gone wrong? I mean, sort of. Or a drug deal made in person at a blue blood stronghold? Dark cards require a passkey and a fingerprint. The card would be useless if its owner wasn't physically present for the transaction. A transaction that might be abruptly canceled if tensions boiled over. A potential buyer would likely have been across the desk from Creek. The same spot in the room, we've established that the killer must have started their rampage. Cute idea, counselor, but there's no meat to it. We know that Creek was using that data pad before he died. And we know that the dark card was processing a transaction at the time. But for some reason, you made the assumption that he was selling. But it timed out, though. Well, the simple explanation is that he was buying using the dark card that he owned. But it timed out. The dark card belonged to Creek? How will you respond? I don't need to respond with evidence. I just need to point out the flawed evidence she's constructed her argument upon. Yeah, there's the aborted transaction. Yeah, I'm gonna go after the abort. Like, that's what I said. I said it was the snooze commercial. I said that it was the aborted transaction, yeah. And, give me my mouse back. There we go. And I'm betting big, because it's that aborted transaction. It's there, yeah. You really think the datapad found at the scene of the crime belonged to Creek? No! Technical confirmation said that it was keyed to his fingerprints, so yes, wait, no, but I wanted no! Okay, fine. Maybe I fucked up. Fair enough. Okay, I was barking up the wrong tree. All right, let's think through this a little bit better then. Let me look at what she said again. Ah, well. You really think the datapad found at the scene belonged to Creek? Technicians confirmed it was keyed to his fingerprints, so yes, I do. Fair enough. Okay, that was the one that I just fucked up. Let's see. Her mistake face was funny. Simplest explanation that he was buying using the dark card that he owned. All right, what's the tell here then? Because I thought it was going to be that it was the aborted transaction. Now I've lost my confidence here. Let's see. It was stuck in the data pad, wiped of all prints. Why would he own a dark card? They're known only to rich and criminals. Did we use that factoid before? Okay, I'm going in on that one. I don't think it's Creek himself. Yeah, and I don't think these details line up. I'm going in here. Let's see. Characterization, Your Honor. The people are claiming that the dark card and the evidence belong to the victim, Creek. Despite the fact that there's no fingerprints on it either. There we go. Is this the Morgan theme? Is this the Morgan theme? There we go. What? If that dark card had belonged to Creek, he would have had to insert it in the data pad with his teeth. Yuck. So who did the dark card belong to? Well, perhaps a customer who didn't like his prices. A disgruntled customer could have wiped their prints off the card to hide the fact they're ever there. That's absurd. If a customer brought that dark card with them to the crime scene, why the hell wouldn't they take it with them when they left? Because it was stuck in the machine. It was stuck in the data pad. They could have pulled a little harder. They could have taken the data pad with them. Who would leave behind something that valuable? The card is worthless to everyone but its owner, to whom it could be priceless. Why would they choose to leave it behind? The answer to that's simple. I'm honest. We're discussing the possibility of a deal gone south. What could cause that in the first place? Aggressive negotiation tactics? Or a customer who couldn't pay? This customer could afford a dark card, and yet they couldn't pay. Hold on, you're trying to say all these deaths, all this carnage. You think it's all because their card got declined? Hard to live down that kind of faux pas. Ruby says customers can be really awful. Murdering 4 or 5 people in order to skip paying your bill is pretty aggressive. I mean, if you need your fix. Was there any indication that contraband was taken from the scene of the crime? Your Honor, that is difficult to say. Without knowing their inventory before the crime occurred, we cannot rule out that possibility. That was a little lackluster of a pushback. She really that thrown off by this witness playing hooky? Well, I hate to do this because I love spending time with you all and having a physical body and being ensouled. But it does seem like I have to declare recess while we wait. Perfectly reasonable, Your Honor! That's the most romantic thing I've ever heard. What? Court is now in recess. So Oreo Holdings is not part of House Ikaria? No, it is. House Ikaria is comprised of the literal Ikaria family, the Ikaria Financial Group, and Oreo Holdings. But each of those parts is a separate identity from the others. That's very confusing. No, it's, well, yes, it can be confusing, but it protects us. Protects the I think we're gonna call it here in a second. This is probably gonna be the stopping point. Like, I figured that it was gonna be plot twist, take a break, there's gonna be more investigation, and we're back at the courtroom. So now that we hit that, we're probably gonna tap out in a second here. Like, it's 11:15 my time. And I already zoned out and stared at the wall at one point, so I should take a break. No, it protects the house from itself. All right, we will probably save and chill out here for now. I think we break for recess too. Hey, 120 bucks. That could have gone worse. That could have gone much worse. That could have gone so much worse. Yeah, that's pretty good. Well, you know who had a worse time on the stand today? This guy. I still have this video open from earlier. I went to open my web browser to find somebody to raid into. Hold on, let's play this clip again. I think that was 5 hours ago and a bunch of people weren't here. You're gonna rewatch this man while I find somebody for us to raid into. Can I do this in another window? Yeah, I can, awesome.
Ad times.
There are folks all over the state of Oklahoma who want to make sure that both sides.
This is not a skit, by the way, just so we're clear.
It's folks all over the state.
Are there folks from out of state too?
I don't think so. These are Oklahomans wanting to make sure that their fellow Oklahomans have had the chance to think this through.
Who are some of your biggest donors?
What?
Who are some of your biggest donors who fund these things?
We're a nonprofit. We've got folks from all over the state who want to participate in this with us.
This is good with the music. I am finding somebody for us to raid into, I promise.
What are you looking for?
Who is funding you?
Oklahomans who want to make sure that whether it's on this issue or other issues that we work on too.
It was hard to get a clear answer.
Do you have a donor list? And would you be willing to show the public who is on it?
The U.S. Supreme Court has been.
He does emote like an LA Noire suspect. And yeah, that fucking, what are you looking for? Like, it's so funny. It kills me every time. This guy's incredible. This guy is incredible. All right, we're gonna raid over to Kiara. Do we want to do Kiara? No, let's do Piku. How is this the guy they said should do the interview? It has to be only him. Like, this has to be like an operation of only this guy. Who, Fall Guy, you know what? Fall Guy. You know what? This is somebody's dipshit friend who has been part of the operation and has had like a little cushy gig here. And they knew that he was an idiot and that they told him to go on TV. He's the fall guy. He's the fall guy. I think you're right. I think you're right. He's the fall guy. Yeah, this is the face of a man actively learning who is going to jail. I don't think it applies. This still makes the group look bad. Okay. Maybe they're all just fools. Anyway, we're going to go over to Piku. I'm setting a raid for Piku. I will see if I can find another man who has embarrassed himself. Great noises, kids. See if I can find another man who has embarrassed himself like this. But perhaps not. Oh, there's a whole bunch of them hanging out and doing Peggle. All right, awesome. This should be very silly. Everybody be nice to very nice to Piku. I will be back next week. Next week might be weird because it's my first week before we go on a big vacation. So I want to stream a bunch, but we're also going to figure things out. So watch Blue Sky. I will tell you what's going on. I will let you know what's going on. The GameStop CEO. Oh, fuck. That's right. That guy exists. All right. I'm going to jingle out of here. Thank you so much for hanging out with me as we play this game. This game is so good. And you are also good for hanging out with me. I appreciate it. It's nice that we hang out and play video games and joke about them together. It makes me very happy that this is a thing that I get to do. I am going to send us all over to Piku though, so bye! Sometimes it's hard to click when I'm shaking my head.